I'm the immediate past president of the CMSNE chapter and also a member of the program committee putting together this program. I want to remind you that this is day 2 of our conference, and starting with the first lecture, which is entitled Leading Today, Shaping Tomorrow, the Top 10 Must-Haves for Case Management Leadership and Staff. As a reminder, before we proceed, we're going to ask you to put all your questions and answers, all the Q&A, into the Q&A box rather than in the chat. And that at the end of the first lecture, I'll be collecting all of those and we'll have all your questions answered at that time. So I'm really honored right now to introduce you to Colleen Morley. Colleen Morley. Colleen is a colleague and a friend of our chapter. She's actually presented at the last 4 acute care conferences that we've had previously. This morning, just for the heck of it, you can see there's a pretty in-depth bio of her. I just went and Googled her, and the first thing it said in the Google was that Colleen is a prominent healthcare leader, and definitely she is. A little bit more about Colleen. She's the Associate Chief Clinical Operations Officer for the Care Continuum for University of Illinois Health System, and also the immediate past president of the Case Management Society of America. She was president 2022 to 2024. She is a recipient of the CMSA Foundation Research Award, which she received this past year with 2 other expert colleagues. She also received the ANA Illinois Nurse Influencer of the Year Award in 2024, the CMSA Foundation Practice Improvement Award in 2020, and the ANA Illinois Practice Improvement Award in 2020. Dr. Morley also received the AAMCN Managed Care Nurse Leader of the Year Award in 2010 and the CMSA Fellow of Case Management designation in 2022. One of the things that amazes me about Colleen, but many things do, but the one prominent thing is that in the last 5 years, she has authored 5 books about case management, and you can read them there on the bio. But she's been so generous because for the raffle, she donated the book that correlates with this lecture called A Practical Guide to Acute Care Case Management Leadership, and also her newest book, which just came out in January of 2026, called the Navigating the System, Case Management Essentials for Every Healthcare Professional. And that those 2, Dean's going to raffle those with you all right after Colleen's lecture. So Colleen celebrates her 27th year in nursing and her 22nd year as case management, and has multiple degrees, of course, including her DMP, and so and her clinical specialties, which she's also very proud of, is med-surg, oncology, and pediatric nursing. So without any further ado, it's my honor to introduce to you our Colleen Morley. Colleen.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? I was joking with the group earlier that the only thing that will get me out of bed on a Saturday at 6 o'clock in the morning Chicago time is the CMSNE. So love you guys much. June, thank you for the request and the invitation to speak for this phenomenal group yet again. I will tell you, most things that have made my Mount Rushmore of case management has come from my association with CMSNE, including meeting June, who was the impetus of all of my readmission work, and meeting Dr. Brian Jack. So those are 2 major things that have happened to me that have sparked my my career. So thank you very, very much. And love coming to speak with, this group. So let me share my slides. All right, can you see my slides, guys?
Yes.
All right, sweet. All right, so we're going to talk about the top 10. It's kind of like David Letterman. We're going to go top 10. We don't want record. No, we want that. All right. So, we know that case management leadership, and every case management is a leader, right? Is not just about managing processes. It's about shaping the future of healthcare. So we're going to talk about these top 10 leadership must-haves, these skills and these mindsets that turn good managers and good case managers into transformational leaders. These 10 essentials are building blocks of influence. They help us lead teams. And let's face it, especially in acute care, we are leading teams. My case management teams go to multidisciplinary rounds where they've got residents and physical therapy and occupational therapy and everybody under the sun. And the only one that seems to know how to manage the conversation and be the hub of the communication, and hence, then therefore, a leader is the case manager. Okay? We're leading those teams effectively. We're aligning the programs with enterprise strategy, because everything that we do should be based on strategy, and sustaining impact and mentorship and succession. Because I don't know about y'all, but at some point in time, I'm planning to join Jean and retire at some point, not saying I'm going to just stop doing what I do, but I'm going to have a little bit more spare time for travel. So I want you to think of today as both a mirror and a roadmap. You'll see where your strengths are already shining, okay? And where some small adjustments can help elevate your leadership, whether it's formal or informal, to the next level. All right, so our session today has 3 objectives. First, we're going to identify the top 10 leadership competencies that I think everybody should have. It's my opinion only. Second, we will look at some real world strategies to develop each skill, because leadership growth is intentional and not accidental. Sometimes it feels accidental, but there was intention behind it. And finally, we're going to work on creating a personal action plan that helps you sustain your influence long after today. You're going to notice that this presentation blends research with reflection and reality. I'll be sharing some examples from my own practice and my own team's practice, and from across organizations where case management leaders are making a measurable impact as well. So I want you to think about this as an interactive conversation. And I know that we can't unmute and chit chat back and forth, and God knows that would go off the rails, because I will sit here and talk with you guys for hours. This is not a lecture. Please utilize the Q&A to give your feedback. You're going to have a chance to reflect, to do some self-assessment, and to share your insights along the way. So please use that Q&A to do exactly that, okay? All right. In every healthcare organization, we know that leadership sets the tone. In case management, our leadership reaches across every service line, every area of the hospital we touch. Period, exclamation point, even if they don't think so. Case in point, we were the Office of Strategy at my facility was putting together what they call a post-acute strategy. And I found out about this only because they were getting ready to launch something. They had already gotten to launch, by the way, and had never included me in these conversations. And they're talking about a post-acute strategy. Well, who the heck do you think works with the post-acute peeps? That would be us. So they finally decided to check in with me just to, cross that off their list. And they ended up having to go all the way back to the beginning, because they had not taken compliance things into consideration. They had not taken patient choice into consideration. And, there was a whole bunch of people got in a room, said, oh, we should do this, without double checking with the experts. So now, sadly, I'm included at every meeting across the entire world, just so I can walk in, say, yes, I need to be here. No, I don't need to be here. Or I don't need to be here for this. Check in with me when you get to this point. Strong leadership. ensures that there's alignment between care coordination and the enterprise goals. And the enterprise goals are, everybody's got the same ones: improving patient outcomes, reducing readmissions, enhancing financial performance. And it could be couched in different terminology, but let's face it, every hospital has the same intent. We want good outcomes. We want good patient experience. We want to be able to keep our doors open and pay our people. So when leadership falters, we feel it immediately. Communication breaks down. We see staff burnout, throughput stalls, and patients feel the impact. And not just patients, but the providers, the staff, everybody feels that input. But when leadership thrives, the team feels supported, empowered, seen. We see tangible results of maybe reduced length of stay, stronger handoffs, better patient experience, better staff satisfaction. So the question today really isn't, what does leadership look like? It's, how do we intentionally practice it every day? All right. So some of our challenges: our environment demands adaptive leaders. If you don't like change, you are in the wrong area. And it's not just case management, it's healthcare. Think about it. I tell the story about my mom a lot. My mom got sick, really badly sick once, and ended up losing her apartment and her job from it, and had to move in with me. And moving her into my house was an absolute experience that I should never, ever want to go through again. Because my mom likes to collect things and she likes to keep things. So when she moved into my house, there was this big, gigantic box on her back porch. And this box looks like it had seen better days. It was waterlogged, it was beat up, it was held together with 7 different kinds of tape. It had obviously been with her for a long time. And I asked her, I said, "What's in this box? Does it need to come with? Because it looks like it's seen better days." And she's like, "Oh yeah, that needs to come with." So I open it up. It's her nursing school textbook, circa 1976. And I looked at her and I picked up one of the books and it was waterlogged and you couldn't even open the pages. And I looked at her, I said, "If you are basing your practice on what's in these books right now, I am terrified for your patients." And she started laughing at me. And I said, "You can keep one. Pick out the one that's in the best shape. You can keep one as a memento of nursing school, but you do not need the rest of these." And that's what I really wanted to stress, is we're constantly changing, right? Sometimes we go back to things that worked back in the day because they worked, especially if we were run out of ideas that involve technology. But we work in a field that is rapidly changing. Just look at what has happened in the past 10, 5, 2 years. AI, who thought that? I'm looking at it like Terminator, Skynet. I'm scared, but it's not really like that. So we have a lot of different demands on us. We have regulatory changes. We have payer complexity, and it's getting more and more complex. I just got something across my desk the other day that I was just like, I have to spend an hour or 2 of my life reading through this. Workforce shortages. We have AI and AI's impact on technology. And so our work is really changing almost weekly, right? And on top of that, we now have to balance all those other things that we talked about earlier: patient-centered care, financial sustainability, our staff well-being. And nothing is staying still for us to focus and just get this done. So today's case management leader must be emotionally intelligent to navigate that human side of healthcare, data literate, strategically aligned, and adaptable. And we're going to talk quite a bit about each of these. So here's my David Letterman top 10 list for leadership. This is our roadmap, and each one of these areas demonstrates a different dimension of mastery. So we're going to go through communication, emotional intelligence, critical thinking, strategic alignment, mentorship, succession planning, because we're all not going to stay in this chair forever. We all want to go and travel the world. Collaboration, advocacy, again, data mastery, and adaptability. Think of them as interdependent gears in a system. When one turns effectively, the others get driven forward. And I'm going to tell you, you can't just pick one or two out of this list and go, I'm going to be a great communicator, and therefore I'll be a great leader. You're going to be a great communicator, but you're not going to be a great leader. These are not optional. Everything on this list is a must-have. Okay. You might not be like number one in the world doing all of them at the same time, but these are the leadership currency that earns trust and credibility and influence and gets you that seat at the table. Okay. All right. Let's start with communication, something that I feel that I excel in because I love to talk, but the communication is not just about talking. It's about talking effectively. It's about communicating effectively. Clear, concise, audience-specific messaging that builds understanding and trust. That's our definition for communication. Communication is our foundational skill. It's often where a lot of us stumble too. Short, pithy emails where we're just trying to get through the 7,000 emails that we receive every day. And, we answer the question of, yes, okay, thanks, bye, and send it off. Is not effective communication, because when the person receives that, they're feeling like, oh, I wasn't worth anybody's time to actually explain it to me. I spent yesterday going back and forth with a group of physicians for 6 hours. Every 5 to 10 minutes, I was getting yet another email back and forth, trying to explain to them the concept of a multidisciplinary round. Yes. Anyway, and every email had to be couched very, very concisely, incredibly specifically to that group. So it took me that 5 or 10 minutes in between their emails to format it and get it the way I wanted it to read, where they were sending it back to me just stream of consciousness. And it took a lot on my end to sit there and not look at it and go, what the heck is that? So it's a bidirectional thing. It's how you communicate and also how you take that communication in. We don't just transmit information. We have to translate it depending on the audience. We have to adjust the tone and the depth and the delivery based on who's getting it. Okay. So think about having, any topic. Let's talk about, all right, patient's going to be going to rehab. We have to talk about it based on whether it's the patient, the family member, a frontline nurse, the doctor. You're changing your delivery for each of those. The question you need to ask before you hit send on anything, before you open the mouth to say anything, is my message going to land the way I intended to? I always double check and reread emails at least twice before I send them, because I could sit there and just keyboard warrior this thing. Don't do it. Read it back to yourself and read it out loud and see what it sounds like. So to develop this skill, I would suggest several things. One, practice SBAR framing for both clinical and administrative dialogue, especially for administrative dialogue, because situation, background gives you the whole framework. You're getting the information to them in a way that they're going to be able to understand and actionize it. Request 360-degree feedback from staff and peers. Frequently, that's what I do. I reach out to my team and I was like, is my community, does this make sense to you? And before I send it out to a wider group, I'll select a couple of my frontline staff and say, this is what I'm thinking about sending out. Does this make sense to you? What's clear? What's confusing? Possibly even what inspires you to do the job better. Record yourself presenting and evaluate tone and pacing and clarity when you're doing a presentation, when you're getting ready to do something in front of a large group or even a small group. Practice it and then record it so you can play it back and listen to yourself. It's uncomfortable. I'll be honest with you. But it will help you identify those those awkward pauses that you can smooth over. But it also identify tone. If you're talking about something that you're like, well, everybody should know this, and you notice that snarky tone is creeping in, it gives you an opportunity to center yourself. Okay. there's too many words out there, lots of words. So when I've got policy changes or there's a big issue going on, I try to keep it to one page. I use the SBAR format. We want to be able to take something that's incredibly complex and bring it into clarity for the person that we're talking to about it. Okay. That also helps to increase our credibility as being able to communicate clearly and appropriately. All right, emotional intelligence is defined as recognizing, understanding, and managing one's emotions and those of others. Okay, so we're talking about self-awareness. We're talking about the ability to be empathetic. We're talking about conflict resolution and being transparent through all processes. So I'm going to just call it EI because that's how it's abbreviated. This is a leadership superpower. This is one that differentiates authority from influence. And we have to realize that high EI leaders are very self-aware and very self-regulated. They can read a room like that. They can sense tension. They can manage their reactions thoughtfully. I can tell you that of all the top 10s on here, my EI is still being incredibly developed. If I get off a call and I'm not happy with it, the people in the room next door will hear it because I have a little dartboard in my room and I just throw things when I get frustrated because that's my coping skill. So they'll hear the dart hitting the wall and everybody knows not to knock on my door after that. Real world examples. I worked with a phenomenal leader and she actually did her PhD dissertation on emotional intelligence in nursing. And she was so calm all the time. And I'm like, does anything rattle you? And she's like, yes, everything rattles me. She goes, but I've gotten to the point where I can regulate it and just kind of get through it and figure it out. She goes, oh, don't think that I don't go home and vent all over the place to an empty room. But here, no one ever sees it. Imagine navigating a difficult discharge. Family dynamics are incredibly strained. Okay. Anybody ever not have a day like that? The leader with high EI will pause before responding, acknowledge the emotions in the room, and redirect the conversation to shared goals. It doesn't get into a shouting match. The patient and their family don't feel like all amped up about it, and they're not going to leave that meeting feeling like they've just been told what they have to do, but rather that they are active participants in that conversation. All right. So how do we develop EI? Because there's difference of opinions out there. There are some areas that say EI, you're born with it. And there's some that say that you can develop it. I definitely think that there are some people that are born with it, but it is absolutely a skill that can be developed. So you can complete a validated EI assessment. There's a couple of them out there and I've listed them there. You can keep a brief reflective journal. What emotions surfaced today and how did I handle them? And what could I have done better? Study active listening because most communication is what happens before we speak. If you can't manage your body language or your eyes rolling, that's something to work on because the patient and their families or the doctors or whomever are going to see that first and foremost, and you've already lost your opportunity to communicate with them. When we lead with emotional awareness, our teams feel seen, they feel supported, they feel safe, and that psychological safety also helps to drive engagement and innovation. So when we're, having those conversations with our team members as well, make sure that we're exercising that emotional intelligence. And I would absolutely recommend taking one of those EI assessments just to see where you're at, and it'll help you identify your areas that you need to work on. Okay. Critical thinking. Defined a disciplined approach to evaluating information, identifying patterns, and generating solutions. And I know that we're all taught critical thinking in school, but I have to tell you, I'm seeing big, huge gaps in it in clinical practice these days. So It means we need to stop reacting and start analyzing. We're not just going for the knee-jerk solution. We're giving a thoughtful solution to a problem. We want to jump and fix problems instead of finding out the root cause for a whole bunch of problems. Why is this happening all the time? What's the root cause of this particular issue? Get down to the nitty-gritty. True leaders, whether you're formal or informal, pause and ask, what's really happening here? And at the end of the day, I have to say that this is where I think case management really truly shines, especially in acute care, because we have a tendency to be incredibly critical thinkers. We're problem solvers. We figure out the landscape and come up with not just a solution, but options as well. And we can help move people forward using tools like root cause analysis, PDSA cycles to structure problem solving, not just a knee jerk, oh, if that didn't work, let's throw this at the wall and see if it sticks. Encourage your team to challenge current assumptions. Ask them, what evidence supports this solution you're proposing? What else could be true? What else could we do? Excuse me. In practice, we like to identify patterns as critical thinkers, like delayed consults tied to inconsistent estimated discharge date entries, and then implement system fixes instead of just a temporary workaround. I hate workaround, but if you're doing a workaround, you're doing a process improvement, so therefore you should be applying for a process improvement award. There you go, Pat. Leadership is really less than having the answer, but more about cultivating the curiosity to find the answer and a solution. So some development strategies that you can look at for critical thinking development is attending workshops or CEs on root cause analysis, Lean, Six Sigma, get those certifications. Engage in assumption audits before making key decisions. Oh, what am I assuming here? And is that correct? I like to practice Socratic questioning. That was one of my favorite classes in college. What evidence supports this? What else could be true? The Socratic method. It sounds highfalutin, and you can say, well, I applied the Socratic method, and but also read some case studies and then go back and kind of deconstruct that leader's decision-making pathway. How did they get to that solution? Have an opportunity when you go to the national conference. All the people that are presenting posters, those are all, for the most part, process improvement, right? Talk with them. What was your thought process behind this? What was the problem? How did you arrive at this? What else did you think about? These are the questions I ask them when they're writing their articles for CMSA Today. And we're getting some great articles from the past poster presentations. And we want to know what their thought process was to arrive at that particular issue. All right, strategic alignment, connecting the dots, defined as linking department initiatives directly to enterprise goals and metrics. This is something that I have started with my team this fiscal year. I started with this facility 3 years ago, and it took about a good year to get my feet under me and figure out processes. It's a very large academic medical center with a little bit of a governmental oversight. Okay, a lot of it of a governmental oversight. So things don't happen quickly there, but we figure it out. So we have this phenomenal strategic plan, and it's got all these 5 pillars. I'm sure everybody's got one, right? We look at it, and we did a SWOT analysis for each of the departments that reports to me. I have 8 departments that report to me. So we do a SWOT analysis in each of those, and we identify the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats. And we come up with a project plan for what we're going to do to ameliorate any of our weaknesses and threats, and find out what kind of opportunities we could work towards. when you align those directly with those strategic initiatives, this practice is key, and I'm not kidding, key to being seen as a strategic partner and not just a department head, especially for a department that's seen as non-revenue generating. How are we contributing to the hospital's success without bringing money in? Well, I like to say that we're revenue saving. How am I going to prove that? Well, let's look at the pillars. Let's figure that out. And let's align our processes with those pillars so we can demonstrate that. Every project that you lead needs to connect visibly to your organization's pillars, whether it's quality or safety or financial stewardship or patient experience or whatever other pillars you've got. When you present an initiative for approval, you need to frame it in the language of leadership. Instead of saying, we've improved discharge planning, you say, we reduced length of stay variance, supporting the strategic pillar of throughput organization. We're learning a whole new language. But didn't we all learn a whole new language when we got into healthcare too? So how do we do this? Well, you need to know your organization's strategic plan, and you need to highlight where case management creates measurable value. Attend leadership meetings. If you're not invited, get invited. I have now made very, very good friends with the Office of Strategy, and they love me and they want me at everything now. Like I said, I Wednesdays I can't even go to the bathroom or have a lunch. That's just strategic planning day. Learn executive vocabulary, just like I said, and build a business concern. I had this really great boss many, many years ago that at our big leadership, our annual leadership retreat said, you're not department heads, you're business owners. Each of these areas is its own business. You own this business with this budget. It's yours. Own it. I've always taken that with me. I look at my budget, I look at everything, and I'm like, I own this. I'm responsible for it. How am I going to demonstrate its worth so it doesn't get cut? And making sure that T's are crossed and I's are dotted, and my team is supported, and we've got good patient outcomes. All right. So that alignment is how we earn that lasting seat at the table. When I brought to that post-acute strategy group that they had missed out on looking at the conditions of participation and the requirements, and they were just flabbergasted. They didn't learn that in MBA school or MHA school, but I learned it because I'm a case manager. And they started looking at, oh, we need to make sure that we have everybody that needs to be at the table. So yes, now I have a lasting seat at that table. All right. Mentorship. I'm speaking to the nurses in the house right now because I just heard this the other day. Nurses still eat their young. That's what I heard the other day. And if that's still true, that's incredibly sad because I think we're the only people out there that do that to our new people. This is not a time to be eating our young. This is a time to be providing mentorship. This is a time to be providing succession planning. This is not a time to be hypercritical of somebody. There's a nursing shortage across the country. And if we're chasing new nurses out of nursing, we're doing ourselves a huge disservice. What's mentorship? Mentorship is the intentional development of others through guidance and role modeling. This isn't preceptorship where you're teaching them the ropes on the unit, or within the specialty. This is an intentional working with somebody one-on-one for guidance and role modeling, whether you're just mentoring them for maybe they're taking their CCM test or any other type of a certification, or they've come to you trying to get one of these skills and they've identified you as being, that leader. Okay. Mentorship is not a program. It's a mindset. It's a mindset that says, I intentionally am going to give you my time, my energy, my expertise, and I'm going to hold you accountable for your growth. Okay. When we mentor, we multiply leadership capacity. And I'm not talking just formal leadership, I'm talking informal leadership as well. We model professional integrity and accountability. We give feedback with empathy, and we create those micro mentorship moments in our everyday work. I can't tell you, and I'm sure, I mean, I'm very sure Pat Noonan can talk to this as well. I mean, every opportunity that I have to speak with a team member is just an incredible opportunity to be able to say, what else can I help you with? Or, how can I help support you? What are you interested in learning? Some development ideas, participate in some formal mentorship programs. CMSA is looking at launching a mentorship program. That's exciting. Study adult learning principles. Oh my goodness, that's all I can tell you right now. Not everybody learns the same way. Not everybody learns from a book. Not everybody learns from a lecture. People learn really well from videos. So make sure that you understand adult learning principles before you take on the role of a mentor. And even if you're acting as a preceptor, ask the person, what works for you in learning? How do you learn best? Okay. I will say that they should not be going on TikTok to get their education, please. I've seen some scary stories all over the place about that recently. But also take the opportunity to learn some coaching techniques out there. So it's two-sided. One, you need to understand how to teach the person that you're teaching, but two, you need to understand how you're teaching and how you need to bridge those two together. Okay. Maintain a reflective mentoring journal. If you're mentoring people, document that journey with them. I've got 4 different DNP students that I'm working with right now, and each of them has to send me a weekly summary of everything that they did. And on that weekly summary that they have to send me, I send back to them the what I've done for them, and how how it's reflecting back to this, and what I'm feeling about how they did and how they did it. So that serves as a back and forth journal, not just for them reporting to me, but me reporting to them saying, I took a look at this for you, blah, 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 blah. And this is what I felt. And I think we could be doing this better, or this was done exceptionally well. Keep that up. And that serves as that back and forth reflective mentoring journal, but also keep one for yourself. How are you feeling about being a mentor today or this week or with this particular student or mentee? Okay. And then also take the opportunity to shadow people who are experienced in mentoring, because you can always learn new things and new approaches as well. Okay. So pairing new case managers with seasoned staff, you want to hold debriefs after complex cases so that we can all come together and figure out what went good, what didn't go so great. Okay. Mentorship also builds confidence, strengthens retention, and ensures that our profession thrives beyond our tenure. Keep in mind, though, don't go to the same well all the time. You've got people that maybe you've dedicated as preceptors and people who like to precept, but you're missing out on development opportunities for other people, or you're risking burnout. Or I just precepted somebody. Precepting is hard and it's exhausting. Recognize that. Don't set somebody up to precept somebody twice in a row. Okay. Succession planning. All right. Identifying and preparing our future leaders to ensure leadership continuity. It's about sustainability. When one leader steps away, the vision continues seamlessly. So what are we going to do? We're going to identify and prepare those potential successors early. Sometimes, I was a brand new grad nurse, and because I had a business background, my first nurse manager looked at me and said, I'm going to be working with you and you're going to be taking over being charge nurse in about 6 months. And after the first 6 months, I was now the permanent charge nurse for that shift. And, you're appealing to my A student ego. Thank you very much. But it got to be a little bit much. So I had to say, can we do a rotation? But he identified that I had the potential, which was flattering. I don't know if it was self-serving or not, but that's how I got my start in nurse leadership, which is very cool. So earlier rather than later. Document your processes and your decision rationales, and you want to build redundancy, not dependence. There's an old saying that, what happens to your job if you get hit by a bus? Well, the company just goes on, right? They'll figure out a way. No company, no department should be dependent on one person being there or not being there. So you'd like to create a leadership competency matrix or a clinical ladder. How would you get from step to step to step to step? And I will tease this for you. I built a clinical ladder and it's in my leadership book. Identify high potential staff, include them in project leadership roles. I always ask for volunteers. And if I don't get volunteers, I'll approach people that I think have great leadership potential. And you'll be surprised. So many of them don't see themselves as leaders. So many of them don't think that they have something to contribute here. And when I ask them to step into that role and they say yes, and then they just take off, it's like a butterfly. It's incredible. I have seen very few falters when using that. All right. A structured handoff plan for key leadership functions. If you're going to be gone for a certain period of time, make sure that the next person knows what's going on. And then collaborate with HR on internal leadership pipelines as well. Help them develop, because HR doesn't know what our department needs. They just know that we've got a position to fill. What are we looking for intentionally? All right, collaboration. This is our superpower, right? We're the masters of collaboration. So we're looking at building effective partnerships across the disciplines, breaking down those silos. And this is truly where we shine. We sit at the crossroads of all the disciplines. We're bridging clinical care, finance, patient experience. Everything comes up, and we are the communication hub for that. So how do we make sure that collaboration continues to be our superpower and that we don't ignore it because we think we're already good at it? Okay. Well, we attend our interdisciplinary rounds and observe the collaboration dynamics. I go to IDTs every week. I try to hit at least 2 or 3. And I've got like 16 IDT teams. I try to go to at least 2 or 3 a week. Sometimes I don't make that goal, sometimes I do, but I can see what's going on. And the communication, going back to that very first principle, between myself and the teams, when something's going awry, I'm the first to know. And then I can step in and have a conversation with the other people. Use those structured communication tools. Again, SBAR, great basic tool. Team steps is really awesome too. I'm working with one of my students on implementing team steps on a unit to see if it improves communication on a unit that definitely needs it. Facilitate cross-departmental improvement initiatives. This isn't all about us. We're the masters of the interdisciplinary team. We need our PT partners. We need our OT partners. We need our strategic planning partners. So making sure that we bring everything together when we're doing stuff, that we're not excluding people. Everybody's got to be at the table. And conduct team reflection exercises. Hey team, let's get together and let's talk about these problems or these issues. What's bothering you? Let's make a list of the things and start ticking them off. What's working, what's not working. When we all collaborate effectively, our discharges become smoother, the patients are transitioning safer, and our metrics are reflecting that shared success, which goes right back to how are we going to report this to senior leadership? But here's the key. Great collaboration is built on respect. It's built on transparency. We don't work in a silo and we don't work in a dark silo. And it's also built on shared accountability. It's not just one person's issue. This is the lifeblood of patient-centered care. Shared accountability, transparency, and respect. Advocacy, another one of our superpowers. Championing patients, championing staff, and the case management profession through ethical leadership and policy engagement. Advocacy is what I like to call leadership with courage. We advocate in 3 different directions. We advocate upward to executives, and we're looking for resources and recognition. Downward to support staff and staff well-being and their professional growth. And outward to our patients, to the community, ensuring access and equity. So what can we do to grow this skill? Advocacy frameworks, IHA's triple, now quadruple aim, CMSA's advocacy standard and our standards of practice, participate in legislative engagement through your local ANA or NASW chapters of the CMSA Public Policy Committee, learn some persuasive communication and negotiation techniques as well. That's also always great. Motivational interviewing, good skill to have, especially for this. Attend board or committee meetings so that you can observe advocacy in action. One of the most powerful things I think I've done in the way of learning advocacy is getting involved on the ANA Illinois Legislative Committee, which I am now the chair of for some strange, ungodly reason, even though I'm so not political, it's not even funny. But I'm not political. I vote on issues, right? So one of my big issues, one of my big passions, as probably everybody knows, is the nurse licensure compact. And Illinois still does not have the nurse licensure compact, but we're going strong in our 14th year of advocacy for the nurse licensure compact. And we're not giving up because we're getting out there and we're educating and we're advocating for our profession. Not just nursing, but the nurse licensure compact really impacts case management here in Illinois with our managed care partners, with our people who work remotely, and the hospital that I work for didn't realize that it was really impacting them because we've got a really, really incredible transplant program. We do liver and pancreas, kidney, and now small bowel transplants. And we're getting patients from all across the country and sometimes the world. So here's the thing. We got case managers, whether they're social workers or nurses, calling the patients in Texas or in California or wherever they're coming from to come and get their transplant here, both pre and post, and they're practicing outside the scope of their license. And when I brought that to leadership, they stopped dead in their tracks. And they were like, what? And I was like, here you go, first book and chapter, got it right here. And now my hospital is sitting there going, we need to support this. And the Illinois Hospital Association, when that was brought to them through those other entities as well as myself, is now supporting the nurse licensure compact. So education builds advocates and partners. So there you go. Data mastery. I got to tell you, of all the superpowers next to EI that I've been developing, because I have just much patience sometimes, data mastery was not my favorite. It reminded me too much of my previous job, and I was like, oh, I can't get away from these numbers. So data mastery is collecting, interpreting, and communicating data to demonstrate value. So here's the thing. We can sit here and tell stories all day long, right? CMSA Chicago has put out 6 books of stories telling how great case managers are and what our impact is and how we are like the linchpin of healthcare. Stories are great. Stories support data, though. You need data to prove a point, and then you can illustrate the data with the story. Okay. Metrics like length of stay or readmission rates only matter when they're interpreted in context. So you've got your readmission rate, and maybe it's kind of off the chain at this point in time. Or maybe you're doing really well in it. Now tell the story about what you're doing about it. Length of stay. It was up here, and now it's down here. Now we can tell the story about what happened and how did we impact that. So we have to learn how to interpret trends and translate into action. Here's the funny thing about numbers, though. You can make them say whatever you want them to say, and people are really good at it. So making sure that we advocate for ourselves using the same numbers is important. Present your data visually. learn Excel, learn how to do just basic charts and graphs. It's less than an hour long tutorial on YouTube. And then you can narrate that and say, we did this, this, and this. All right, so again, develop whatever you're using, Excel, Tableau, Power BI, so that you can create those visualizations. Take some courses in healthcare analytic or data storytelling. It's out there. We're constant lifelong learners. We have to be, because healthcare is ever changing, ever shifting. So be inquisitive and learn a new skill. Learn how to build a balanced dashboard with key case management metrics. I've spent probably the better part of the last year upgrading and refining our CM dashboard in Epic. I want to see this. I want to see this. I want to know where this is reporting from, because that number doesn't look right. And then we go into the back, and of course, it's not pulling everything it needs to pull. So we have to fix it. And now it's reflective of the work that we're actually doing, so that when senior leadership goes on the CM dashboard, they see that we have a 98% first review completion rate. Yeah. And then partner with your data analysts at your facility or your place of business to understand those data sources and validation. I don't know the back end of Epic. I don't want to know the back end of Epic. I'm not an IT person. I had one vendor actually tell me that if I wanted to learn how to run reports in their system, it would be a 2-day program, 2 full days of learning how to build reports. And I can't even remember the name of the program they said I would have to learn. And I'm like, I do think so. I do not think so. I'm not an IT person. I don't know if I have that bandwidth. Can you start me out with something a little more basic so that I can see if I can graduate to that? Or are you just going to throw me in the deep end of the pool? Not a good thing, especially with all the other demands on our time. So baby steps, learn as you go. And that's why partnering with data analysts is important, because they already know this stuff. Like when I was like, where my number here, my data is not reflective of the work that we're doing. I actually took the time to go into each case, all 400 cases every day for a week, to see that we were actually doing the work, and we identified some of the patient population that was not getting pulled into that number. Once we were able to identify that, we refined that pull, and now it's reflective of the work that we do. Adaptability. Oh, thriving in change. Who likes change? Anybody like change? I love change. I don't like change just for the sake of change. Just like, oh, let's throw things up there. Hey, Christopher.
Hi, so sorry, I unmuted by accident.
Not a problem. All right. Remaining flexible and innovative and effective amid uncertainty. That's basically what I'm talking about, adaptability. You've got to be quick on your feet and nimble. This is our resilience muscle. Okay. Sadly, healthcare evolves daily, sometimes in a minute. Our payment models shift, technology advances, teams have to be reorganized. The adaptable leader stays calm, finds opportunity, and finds the ability to model confidence during chaos. And even though I sit there and throw darts at my door, to the dartboard, not the door, I've gotten really good at this, where I can just pull everything together. Other people are coming in my office freaking out over, no, we're gonna, okay, this is what it's gonna look like. We're gonna be able to pull this together. Let's come up with a plan to get this going. Let's go into the other room where my big gigantic whiteboard is, and let's map this out. And then once we get it mapped out, we can see where the issues are and where the T's are crossed and the I's have become undotted. So some of the things that I would say we need to look at is practice scenario planning. We do disaster drills, don't we? I've had to lead a disaster drill on a couple of occasions. But think about it. We're doing disaster drills for the hospital. We should be doing what we call disaster drill for our department. Okay. What happens if the EMR goes down? What happens if there's a huge, ugly snowstorm and nobody can make it in, and there's only 2 case managers on? that we're able to make it in. What happens? That's your key phrase. What happens? Come up with all the doom and gloom, and then create scenarios to map out contingencies. Participate in change management training. This is a great, I love this recommendation because it will teach you how to get comfortable with change if you're not already comfortable with change. Engage in that reflective practice as well. I have got like 9,000 little notebooks running around, and each one has a purpose. Reflective journaling for this, reflective journaling for that, my to-do list, things like that. I write it all down because that's what I'm comfortable with. You can keep it on a computer, you can do whatever you want. Just make notes about what the experience was, how it was resolved, how did you feel about it, what worked best, what could have been improved. All right. Debriefs are always good. We debrief for root cause analysis, for critical incidents. Why not debrief in case management too? And then develop that personal resilience plan that includes your self-care and your boundary management. Boundary management. We're not going to say yes to everything. We're going to say yes to things that make sense. Okay? Support your emotional health. And that doesn't just mean go and getting your nails done or getting a massage. There's more to it than that. Find something that you can take joy in. And make sure to participate in that at least once a week. So you have something to look forward to and make that a non-negotiable. Nope, I'm going to do my thing. Adaptive leaders inspire confidence because your team and the rest of the healthcare team around you knows that you're going to come through this storm and you're going to figure it out. So they're confident that you've got that. They're also confident that you're an innovative thinker and an innovative spirit, but it also says that we can do this. We'll figure it out. And then people start getting creative and go, okay, well, what if we did this? And what if we did that? Change is not a threat. It's uncomfortable, but it's also an opportunity. So how do we bring all this stuff together? Well, let's talk about it. These 10 skills do not operate in silos. They're interconnected and they're mutually reinforcing. Emotional intelligence drives collaboration, for example. Collaboration fuels advocacy. Data mastery enables strategic alignment, and adaptability ties it all together. So leadership is a system. Strengthening one element amplifies them all. So if you feel like, I could do a little bit better in EI, you're going to be exploding your potential in other areas as well. So the question we need to ask, what essential do I naturally lead with, and which one do I need to grow next? That's what you need to think about. All right, so leading through a workflow design. Our hospital struggled with length of stay outliers and discharge delays. So by applying communication, data mastery, and collaboration, we transformed the process. We held daily huddles with the team. We visualized key data in real time. We collaborated with nursing and physicians and post-acute partners. And our result is that we decreased by 0.8 days length of stay in about a year and a half, and our engagement scores rose 20%. The key takeaway is that when we applied all of these essentials together, we got measurable outcomes, right? That improved both our patient flow and the team morale, because the team saw length of stay going down. And I will tell you, I was just at our Leadership Development Institute on Thursday, and the CEO was doing his opening remarks. And literally less than 20 seconds into his opening remarks, he starts going down to the strategic plan. And he got, the first thing he wanted to talk about was length of stay. And he actually brought this to the entire leadership team. I was so geeking out, it wasn't even funny. I was sitting there with my mouth hanging open, because how many times does case management get center stage at a leadership institute? That many. I just want to recognize the fact that our length of stay has improved so incredibly, blah, 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 blah. And it couldn't have been done without Colleen Morley and her fabulous team of case managers and social workers. And I went, and then people in back of me are patting me on the shoulder. And I'm just like, I can't believe they actually said something in public about that. And when I saw the CEO later that afternoon, he was walking this way down the hall. I was walking that way down the hall. I stopped him. I said, I got to tell you, Scott, that was probably the kindest thing that a leader has ever done for me in my 22-year career. And he says, that's a shame. And I said, you're right. And I just want to thank you for it. But, and he even said, he goes, good work needs to be recognized. Yay us. Woohoo. All right. So I want you to rate yourself 1 to 5 on each essential. I'm hoping that you were kind of doing that as you were going. Which 2 are your strongest, and which one will you focus on improving? All right. You can, that's your work to do for the afternoon. Not really. Sustaining the seat. So I got a seat at the table now. Yay, right? How do we sustain that seat? Because just as quick as you got that seat, you can get kicked out of that seat too. You need to develop a personal leadership plan. Link your growth goals to organizational priorities. Invest in continuing education, in mentorship, and professional networks like CMSA. I can tell you right now, one of the reasons I got this job is because on my resume and during my interviews, they're like, oh, how connected are you? Blah, 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 blah. And, where do you get your information from? And I said, oh, well, as a matter of fact, next week, because I was interviewing for it in June, next week, I'm going to be installed as the CMSA national president. And they went, what? Being involved, and sometimes overly involved, works in your favor, guys. You don't have to be psychotic like me, though, so it's okay. And don't forget feedback. Ask your team what leadership behaviors either help or hinder their success. Sustaining your seat at the table is about consistency. It's about credibility. It's about curiosity. Okay. It's also about the humility to say, yeah, we screwed up. This is what we're going to do to fix it. Start small. Build those steps. Demonstrate impact when you're building trust. Okay. When I started at a hospital several years ago, the CEO came to me and said, I'm having a heck of a time with the cardiology group. We got so many people being admitted on Fridays, and they're not getting tested until Tuesday, Mondays or Tuesdays. I just don't have data behind it. So I looked at it, and we weren't tracking avoidable days very well. So I implemented, mandatory reportable day reporting and stuff, and I would actually go into charts and audit them as well. And I was able to bring numbers to him that he was then able to take to the cardiology group and negotiate weekend coverage from the cardiology unit. And it dropped the cardiology group's length of stay by 2 days, just for that group. And it improved our throughput, and it reduced our denials. So that one small ask, I now had the guy in my palm of my hand. Everything that I wanted went right through him. Make yourself indispensable. That doesn't mean volunteering for everything under the sun. Have boundaries, please. But be that person, that subject matter expert. Get to be known as the subject matter expert in this. Specialize in something. And then think big picture. Align with those strategic goals. Know your strategic goals. Even as a staff person, you should know your strategic goals and how you and your work impact them. Be curious. Ask other people what they need. What do you need from me in my department? What do you need from me in my role? Own and present your metrics. Learn how to speak the C-suite language. It's an interesting language. Promote internal success stories. Don't be shy. We are the best kept secret in healthcare because we keep it that way. Talk about what we do. If you do safety huddles every morning, talk about a success. We discharged a 394-day length of stay yesterday, and this is how we did it. And these are the barriers that we were running into the entire time. We had one gentleman with us for 700 and some odd days. And everybody under the sun knew about it. And when we discharged him and we announced it at the safety huddle the following morning, the whole safety huddle went, because each and every one of them had a part in getting that done. Embed yourself in some work groups, find organizational allies. You'll find them in the strangest places. But find organizational allies that you could be working on, and always be advocating for yourself, for your team, for your profession. So this is one of our little projects that we worked on that I wanted to show you. Remember I told you we did a SWOT analysis and we said, okay, now we have a project plan and blah, 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 blah. So what came of that is every one of the department leaders had to come up with a poster from a project plan or from a project that they did during the year for our quality fair, our internal quality fair. And 2 of these posters are actually being presented at CMSA National this year. Yay! So this is, this wasn't on the project plan. This is something that came out of an urgent need. The HBIA in Illinois was a Medicaid expansion for our undocumented, unfunded patients. And we had several patients who had received renal transplants who suddenly lost their funding because the state said, wow, that cost us $96 billion. We didn't realize it was going to be that much. And they cut it off. Well, some of these patients had recently undergone a renal transplant and they were at risk of losing their anti-rejection medication, which is costly. And they certainly weren't going to be able to pay for it. So we were trying to figure out a way to make sure that they had their anti-rejection medication until they were discharged off of that anti-rejection medication, which is about a year. So we came up with an abstract. We wrote the objectives for the project, the data, again, numbers, tell the story with numbers, our data, what this was going to impact, what was going to be the potential impact for not just the patients, but for us as well. And you can see we had 110 potential patients that were going to lose their coverage. And now they had 100% access to their anti-rejection medication. The cost was going to be astronomical to the hospital if we were going to be supplying them for free, or the state if the state was going to have to figure out a way to do it. Patient continuity of care was maintained and cost savings to Illinois Medicaid. So you could see all the different data that was here. And then the conclusion, and if you see in the bold on each of those bullet points, each of the bold is one of the pillars of our strategic plan. So we aligned outcomes with the strategic plan. So serve more patients. We secured immediate Medicaid eligibility for vulnerable transplant patient, expanding access to life-saving medications, optimizing the journey, prevented disruption in care and loss of graft, and continuity in treatment pathways. Best place to work, showcase collaborative problem solving across healthcare providers and policymakers, and reinforce team engagement and purpose-driven practice. Okay, fund our future, reduce our long-term costs by preventing complications, and preserve the hospital resources, strengthening our financial stewardship, and be a zero harm. We protected those patients from preventable harm through uninterrupted coverage, and then an overall impact there. And then this is our reducing length of stay and enhancing throughput project that we worked on, where we brought our post-acute authorization process in-house and didn't farm it out to the skilled nursing facilities and subacute rehabs and LTACs and IRFs. Instead of that, where we were having 108-hour turnaround times getting authorizations from the insurance companies. Now we're down to, I just finished the numbers yesterday for the month of January, we're down to 24.33 hour turnaround time. So we are literally saving 3.5 days per patient going to a post-acute level of care that requires prior authorization. That's insane. And again, while it's not all like built out here in bullet points, you could see optimize patient journey, fund our future, and serve more partners highlighted there. All right. So leadership as legacy. True leaders build systems, not just success stories.
So Colleen, hi,
Yes, ma'am.
excuse me. We want to hear you all day.
No,
Such an
this is
excellent
my last
lecture.
slide, darling.
Excellent. Okay, because there's two questions
Yep,
and
I'll get those.
wonderful.
All right. Your legacy is measured in the leaders who come after you. Think about that. Who'd you train and how great are they? And leadership is influence that outlives your title. You don't need a title to be a leader. You can have influence. There's one of our case managers is just an incredible case manager. All the teams fight over who gets her. And there's our key takeaways. We went through all that. Choose one essential and apply it intentionally this week. That's your homework. And then keep those journals because that's going to give you some insight to look back on. Okay. And there's my references because I'm a good student. All right. Let's rock. Let's roll. What's your
Terrific.
question?
Excellent as usual. I have to say, Colleen, you always say like what we think or what we try. You say it out loud. And
Oh,
a
I'm
lot
not
of
shy.
us don't do. Well, it's a validation. It's excellent. And you got a
Thank you.
lot of compliments in the chat.
Excellent. Thank you.
And so two questions. The first one is my hospital system centralized the UR team to the corporate office reporting through revenue cycle. The leadership above me, the manager, are not clinical. No social worker, well, not a social worker, not an RN, not an MD. They are MBAs and accountant. The leadership does not understand compliance or licensure issues at all. They are hyper focused on dollars. Appreciate your thoughts for how to handle this.
I would say that's where advocacy is going to come in because you need to advocate for yourself and your profession and what you're doing. Do they know what utilization looks like? Have they done a review with you? It's clinical. You need clinical expertise to do this. It's not just crossing T's, dotting I's. Literally, I have a similar problem right now because there's a group of nurses who are in finance that are reporting up through somebody who's not clinical that are very, very frustrated because the person doesn't understand what they're supposed to be doing. And I've been advocating for like 3 years to get them moved under my department. So that's probably coming. It's taking a while. But we need the documentation. You need the buy-in from the people who are doing the job and say, we really want to report to somebody clinical because we need their expertise and their oversight. This isn't just purely numbers. This isn't purely just ticking off a box. This is a clinical function.
There was a comment from the person who asked the question, and it said never. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I know it's
never meaning what? Nobody's ever going to advocate or nobody's
but
ever
she
going to move them.
says, no, you are experienced.
Got it. Yeah. Well, maybe invite them to come and sit down with you and run through a case so that they could see the clinical implications and the clinical expertise required to do it. Especially these days. I mean, there's so many, AI things out there. Oh, well, we're going to do AI and just it doesn't work. I've actually been involved in implementing 2 different AI programs over my career to try to help out with the function of utilization review. And one of my friends actually was managing a multi-facility health system, and his denial rate went up to 80% when they implemented the AI. So now all of his UM staff are doing denial management.
Hey, it's a tough situation, and I don't know, maybe we can come back to it throughout the conference.
Or that person can reach out to me. My email is right up there on the screen. Please feel free to reach out to me.
Okay, great. So our next question is from Evelyn. She's one of our board members. I recently heard about a training for managers or directors or directors entitled Reflective Supervision. Curious to see if you have experience with this type of leadership training and would you recommend it?
I have not heard of that yet. I'm interested in looking at it though.
Hey, thank you for bringing it up for everybody too, Evelyn.
Mhm. Yeah. Nancy Skinner says most people are poof, you're a case manager. Well, think about it. Poof, you're a case management leader now.
That's right.
And it's usually, when I got my first leadership job in case management, I was at an insurance company. And I was the person that could do the most cases in a day and have the best, metrics. And my audits were beautiful. That was their criteria for making me the supervisor of the department. Not was I a leader, not did I have skills, just, oh, look, she's really good at doing the job. That's not
They had that
necessarily the best
intuitive,
person to do
they had
that.
that intuitive reasoning and they could see the skills in you, the future in you. That's what you do too, you said.
We will take that, but at that point in time, it just felt like, oh, they think I could do this because I do the most cases. Great, thanks. But that
Yeah,
would be great if somebody had said that. Hey, you know what? We see potential in you. Communicate to your team and let them know that they rock and you see potential in them, and allow them to say no. Some people don't want to do it.
exactly right.
Well, thank you
Well,
very much for the opportunity.
thank you too. It was wonderful,
You,
Colleen. More compliments for
more
you.
compliments
Now
always.
I'm awake, damn it.
Yeah. Oh no, gotta go do that nap.
Can't
Lots
get
of
the nap.
yeah,
just-
and lots of clapping and hearts and
Yay.
yeah,
Thank
they
you.
just
Thank you,
keep
New
coming.
England. You guys are awesome.
So we're
And
gonna
now-
do
Who's gonna win?
yeah, let's see who's gonna win. Go, Jean.
Are we
On
doing
you
both
now.
books together, or are we doing one each?
We're doing
each.
one each
Okay, great.
because we like to spread the wealth. And here we go. I think. There we go. Melanie. Are you with us, Melanie?
I think I just saw a heart go up.
Yeah, I bet she is. Just let us know that you're here, Melanie, because you have won the first book that's been raffled. Pauline's, they're both incredibly good.
You can let us know in the chat.
That sounds good, June. Okay, and then here comes,
She's here.
oh,
Yay.
great. Good eye, Colin.
And which book was that?
Well,
Um,
here, I'm going to share with you a surprise. Each winner gets both books.
Oh,
Wow.
Now I'm gonna try to find my own
Too
name.
generous.
The Wheel of Fortune does not do that.
okay. And I'm frozen.
You're frozen?
Oh
I'm
no.
Let me see if I can get this wheel to move.
You can't, Jean. It's not on yours.
Okay. I
So
thought
should we come, what should we do? We have
take a break and come back.
yeah, we have
Yeah.
4. Let me look at
Sorry.
how many minutes do we, so we
you-
have till 5 to 10.
Well,
No,
this-
we only have, actually, we only have, we're over now. So,
yeah, but we shouldn't
so
make,
we're gonna have to go right into the sponsor moment. But I'm frozen. So why don't we take a couple of minute break and then come back and we can see if we can pull this and then have some sharing from Concerto.
sounds
does that
great,
sound?
Maureen. Good
Right.
idea.
I just popped my email in the chat if anybody wants to connect after this. Jean and June will let me know who the winners are. They'll get me your addresses and I will be sending those books out within the week.
That's
So
great.
thank
that
you,
is
thank
so
you,
great.
thank you.
Thank
Uh,
you.
Sorry I can't stick around, but I have to put my kitchen back together because I had some work done this week and my entire kitchen is in my living room right now.
Oh, dear.
Have a
Oh,
great day.
Well,
Thank
have a
you,
great day
Colleen.
too. Have fun
Bye.
tonight.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks
So-
again.
Let's synchronize our watches. We're gonna take a break until about 4 minutes of 10.
Okay, so I'm looking at the schedule and it says we're on break until 9:55 and I have 9:52
Right.
on my computer. So we have 3 minutes.
I have the wheel back up. Do you want it?
Can, yeah, sure.
Okay, let's see the other winner.
Well, the other winner will get that person all excited. My own name, my own name, my own name. Carol, K or me. Oh, Amy Chartier. Oh, great. I don't know. I couldn't read the wheel very well. I'm not the best Vanna White that you've ever seen. Amy is,
Okay.
Yeah, I saw her in the chat.
yeah, and she's a board member and long-time case manager, and we're thrilled she's here. Okay,
Okay.
now, can we take a break for 5 minutes?
Okay.
Okay, so we'll be back at 10 and we'll pick up speed that way. Thank you so much. Thank you, Colleen. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, Tiffany Ferguson. I see that you're here. So we're going to take a break until 10 and then 5 after 10. I'll be reaching out to you to start your session. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. Is everybody back from the break? Boy, they go fast. Jean O'Leary again.
I think
Conference.
they have 2 more minutes.
Do they? Okay, because
Yes.
my clock says 10:01.
It's on your computer, 9:58.
I have
Okay.
9:58.
Thank you. Just let me know. Thank you.
Okay, Jean, we're ready to go.
Okay, great. Thanks, Maureen. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you got a chance to stretch your legs and maybe hit the restroom. Here we are back with our first sponsor moment for the day, and I wanted to be thankful to Victoria Harris, Market Director, Market Development Manager, and Christopher Cooper, Market Development Associate for Concerto Renal Services. They're going to speak to us about their services, and it just, to me, it sounds like the future of dialysis, so I'm thrilled to hear it. I think it'll be a big advantage for people. Take it away.
Awesome, awesome. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your Saturday morning and joining us today. My name is Victoria Harris. I do have my colleague Christopher on as well. I want to share a little bit about me before I jump right into the slide here, so you'll know who you're listening to. My name is Victoria Harris again, Market Development Manager with Concerto Renal Services. I've worked in healthcare for the last 14 years of my career alongside skilled nursing facility operators, hospitalists, community, aldermen, chambers of commerce, hospice, and now dialysis. So, with my experience, I can understand the dynamic of our community and how it's changed right before our eyes year over year. Christopher, do you want to just introduce yourself here before I jump in?
I would love to. So, hello, everybody. Thanks for being here. My background is in operations for skilled nursing and senior living facilities. I was an operator supporting 6 different communities at once. That's a lot of people that I have to coordinate transportation with. And Concerto is one of those great services that I got to learn about along the way and all the great benefits that come along with it, really putting pedal to the metal to support our patients collectively. That's who I am.
Awesome. Thank you, Christopher. All right. Here we are, Concerto. We started out in 2015, and it's focused on how dialysis is delivered in skilled nursing home settings. I'll start by grounding us in our footprint here, just so you can understand the core of Concerto's focus. So yes, we provide on-site dialysis directly within the skilled nursing facility. So we partner with skilled nursing facilities all over, eliminating the need for patients to leave the building multiple times a week. We provide that service right inside of skilled nursing facilities. Why it matters to us as a patient benefit: keeping dialysis on site significantly reduces exposure to weather, transportation delays, An infection risk sometimes, or something we all know is critical in this population. For hospitals, this creates a reliable discharge pathway for our AKI and ESRD patients who otherwise face placement delays due to dialysis needs, as we all experience. When residents aren't spending hours traveling to dialysis outpatient, they have more energy and time to pretty much participate in therapy or activities which support strong rehab outcomes for them. Our clinical team works side by side with skilled nursing facility staff, creating more of the true continuity rather than fragment care across multiple providers. From more of a cost standpoint, facilities and health systems avoid repeated ambulance or Medicare transports, which is a major driver for unnecessary spending. We accept both AKI and ESRD patients. Concerto works with most insurance plans, which removes a common barrier to admissions. And when you look at the data, nearly 70%, that's 69% ESRD patient on the right side of the screen here, nearly 70% of ESRD patients require hemodialysis. And this isn't a niche services. This is essential to our patients. So ultimately, our goal is pretty simple: to help facilities accept higher acuity patients. Sorry, excuse me here. Our goal mainly is to help our facilities, which is our skilled nurse facility partners, accept higher acuity patients, help hospitals move patients through the continuum faster, and also help our residents receive dialysis with dignity, safety, and consistency right where they live. And where they live could be a skilled nursing facility, short term or long term. I'm going to move on to our next slide. Concerto is currently operating in more than 17 states with additional markets across coming actively soon. This matters because we're not a pilot program. We're proven a scalable partner, which experience navigating states' staffing models, SNF workflows across diverse markets, and so forth. Our expansion strategy is internally. We grow where there's strong hospital alignment, SNF demand, and a clear need for our on site dialysis solutions. So that allows us to move quickly while maintaining quality and consistency within our networks. So we're really excited, really excited about our growth and how fast we're expanding with Concerto here. And we are available and here for any needs to you guys, whether it's hospital presentations or even CEUs we can come out and do for no cost at all, to provide more of educational insight on Concerto overall. I know we're pretty much in a tight time span here, and we ran over a little, so I wanted to keep it a little shorter than our 5-minute time span or window we have.
Thank you so much.
And
Jane?
I will put my contact info in the chat for you all, just in case you have more questions or you want to reach out. You are perfectly positioned in my region as the market development associate for Concerto. I'm the entire East Coast, so I'm here to support you guys and how we can collaborate with our services.
Christopher
Awesome. Thank you, Christopher.
and Victoria, thank you so much for your support of the CMSNE and the patients that may be able to make their dialysis a little less disrupting to their lives. I think that changing the skilled nursing facility routine and at home, the possibility of doing the services at home, they're just great, fabulous. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Concerto 2. Thank you, Victoria and Christopher. We really appreciate your support today. And for all case managers, hearing about dialysis support is so important. Okay, so we're gonna get on track right now, and our next speaker is Tiffany Ferguson. We're so lucky to have Tiffany. The title of her lecture is Case Management Model Supporting Healthcare Change. And again, I want to urge you, if you have questions, to please put them in the Q&A, and we'll address them right after. Tiffany's through with her lecture. Please try not to put it in the chat, although we're reading both. So let me tell you a little bit about Tiffany. She is the CEO of Phoenix Medical Management Incorporated. Tiffany serves as an adjunct professor at Northern Arizona University Department of Social Work and on the American College of Physician Advisors Observation Committee. Tiffany is the co-author of the book, Hospital Guide to Contemporary Case Management through HC Pro. She is a contributor to Rack Monitor and Case Management Monthly, and she also serves on the editorial board for CMSA Today and Care Management. She is a weekly correspondent on social determinants of health today and care management. She also presents weekly, and I'm one of the attendants on Talk 10 Tuesday. Never miss Tiffany. We're always communicating in the chat, and has a lot to offer. After practicing as a hospital social worker, she went on to serve as director of case management and quickly assumed responsibility in system level leadership roles in health and care management. And her specialty in care management includes case management, UR, CDI, HIM, and coding. Tiffany is rich in all the specialties of our professional specialty, and it is with great pleasure that I introduce to you and turn over the lecture to Tiffany. Thank you very much.
Thank you, June. All right, let me go ahead and get started, and I will share my screen. There we go. Okay, can you see that? Let me move
Yes.
that out of the way. There we go. That should look
good.
better.
It's
Oh, good. Okay, great. All right, as June had mentioned, I'm going to be talking about case management models and how it's supporting the current healthcare changes. So we're really going to dive into describing how the evolving healthcare policies right now, as we see them unfolding day to day, and payment reforms are impacting the role and structure for case management systems. We're going to compare our traditional models and with contemporary models and identify the strengths and limitations that both have. And we'll apply model selection principles to determine which case management design best supports organizational priorities, population needs, and financial sustainability. I think this is actually, in listening to Colleen's presentation, it's a nice tie-in together of correlating. We're really speaking a very similar message about the value of case management and how do we really demonstrate that impact. So when we go to why now is this important, is really about maintaining our adaptability and relevance in the field. This is specifically because healthcare systems are experiencing unprecedented regulatory, financial, and workforce disruptions. We know that case management is really no longer a support function, providing services for discharge planning or care coordination tasks. We are core operational strategy. We are absolutely integral to any hospital operations. and the strategy, healthcare operations, whichever area case management's really functioning in, there's really a use case for why we need a seat at the table because of the impact that we provide to our patients. So the models today really do directly influence, and we should be using impacting patient outcomes, hospital capacity, and that financial sustainability. So what are we seeing now in our CMS shifts? Well, first off, we've really seen a big change from prior term to this term, that there is a huge change in philosophy. The biggest is the removal of gender affirming care services, research grants that specifically study marginalized groups and or communities. That actually includes women. Removal of DEI research, grants, and departments in all federal programs. Removal of acute care facilities as sanctuary location, allowing ICE presence in our hospitals. Dismantling CMS's advanced health equity. $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid program between now and 2027. Increases to ACA subsidies, which we are all seeing changes in our healthcare premiums and costs that will really be forcing individuals to elect a less than ideal health plan and risk without going coverage. And I've seen the full gamut of this, of people that are just trying to roll the dice and they're not electing to have coverage for a bit. Or they are selecting, maybe previously they had the gold plan, they're taking the silver or the bronze. So not having as much coverage as they previously had before. When we go into looking at the rulings, a lot of stuff, and if you saw previously when Dr. Hirsch presented, him and I, a lot of us, there's a group of us that really comb the inpatient prospective payment system, the outpatient, we look at the Medicare Advantage plans and really see what's changing, where are things heading. And so we're staying up to date in that. And so what we've seen is a big shift in really that social determinants of health. We spend so long of working hard to put that into our daily workflows and processes of asking those questions to our patients. And this has since been removed from a regulatory mandate for CMS. So these are things I'll say, just please recognize, and we'll get to it here in a moment, that these are things you can absolutely still do within your own healthcare system and your own organizations. This is just, CMS is not collecting the data anymore. They do not need it or want it at this point. So the removal of the COVID-19 vaccine coverage among healthcare personnel is no longer required. Hospital commitment to health equity, screening for social determinants of health, and the screen positive rate for SDOH has all been removed. We did see what was interesting, and you think, oh my gosh, doom and gloom, what are we doing here? And I do like to try and slip in some positive light of things in our current landscape. So the biggest that I saw was actually a nice expansion for community health integration. So previously, the community health integration workforce, so your community health workers, that were doing work out in our communities and supporting as incident 2, there was a lot of nice clarifications to that. It clarified that nurses, social workers could bill for CHI services as well, not just community health workers. It was presumed by their training and in their orientation and guidelines within their organizations that you could be able to do that. So this is only in the ambulatory setting. And then they expanded. So prior to that, you had to have specifically identified an unmet need. And we know our patients all easily have unmet needs, but to be able to easily demonstrate it from a physician documentation or an order set was a bit of a clunky process to be able to then get a legitimate audit proof referral to be able to start services and to be able to bill for your services through CMS. So what they did is they just really changed it from SDOH to upstream drivers, but they really left all the rest, which was great. So our patients that need community health workers, and that service I would expect to be able to really expand, because just about anything can qualify. Someone needs to address their smoking, poor nutrition, low physical activity, substance misuse, or potential dietary, behavioral, medical, or environmental drivers. You can see right there, but with the inclusion of even potential, that is a nice big expansion to us really being able to use our own clinical judgment to see, okay, I could see how one of our members or our patients or clients could benefit from this, to be able to offer that service for them. So that was nice. They did also support that same definition in our MSSP populations. And there then was however, some adjustments to removal of that health equity adjustment. They changed it to the population adjustment. And then really some change a little bit around the definition of the SDOH screening. They broadened that, which is the code G0136, to instead include standardized evidence-based assessment of physical activity and nutrition. So as we know, one of our SDOH drivers is actually food, and food insecurity. That would still meet your nutrition guidelines in there. So it's not too off. And I would say most of our physicians we do assess in clinic settings physical activity and nutrition with our patients. So this is a nice little add-on for them. Okay. When we look at what is really a shift at the pendulum, I would say the new efforts are really focusing on redefining outcome measures while lowering costs. And that's going back to value-based. And we know that that is important. So I would encourage all of us to maintain our breath and know our role as social workers and nurses and case managers, to be able to know that we should still be honoring our patients and their values, regardless of what is going on around us politically. And that we should always be looking at outcome measures for our patients and tracking that, because that is ideally, we want them to get to a point of self-management or being able to achieve our patients' goals. That intro really ties into the concept of the team, which is transforming episode accountability model. So this actually started, it was pre-planned in the Biden administration. It did continue to roll out in the Trump administration. It did have some refinements in between. However, the core elements actually did remain. So if you are in a state or a healthcare system that has been elected and mandatory, this is where several hospitals across the country and healthcare systems have been voluntold that they are participating in this. Some had the opportunity to electively volunteer into this program. And what we're seeing at the national scale of what this occurred, this is really the test, and we are assuming that this will continue to spread across all health systems. So it's really good to be aware of what's happening currently for team, even if you're not enrolled, because it's something that's coming. What they're really looking at is hospitals' financial accountability for total cost and quality of care. So I know from the inpatient hospital side, we talk about length of stay. This is really bigger. It's the total episode of this patient's care and looking at how much are we spending collectively. Are we doing home-based models? Are we looking at infections post-acute? Are we coordinating with them to get back to their primary care? So this is looking at the index admission plus 30 days post-discharge, and it's specifically tied to lower extremity joint replacements, surgical hip and femur fracture treatments, spinal fusions, CABGs, which are quite significant, and major bowel procedures. So if you think in any of those, I could think in the hospital any day, major bowel procedures often end up with patients coming back with complications. So there's a lot of lean in here to be able to make sure we're really working with those members to be able to support them for total cost of care and post-discharge. This model is important because it also highlights an emphasis that we're leaning back into right now related to readmissions, and more to come on that. How they're going to be able to do the payment methodology is interesting. So basically, they'll be collecting all the information. Hospitals and health systems will continue to bill as usual. They will collect that data, they will right size it, and then they will look at how everyone's doing. So for first track one, which is first year, it is upside only for hospitals. So they have the ability, if they're doing well, to get some of that shared savings back. Track 2 and 3 will be the following years, and there will be upside and downside risk. So they will have potentially penalties if they're not able to support the total cost of care and the quality indicators related to that, which is, I'll get here and talk about all those, which is really those surgical post-operative infections and issues related to that, as well as readmissions. So when we go into looking at our readmissions, and I highlighted that a little bit, there is a big expansion right now. So that started January 1st for data tracking. In 2027, there will be the 2-year look back. That will be including not only for our hospital readmission reduction programs, for the Medicare population, it will be including all Medicare Advantage. And I have to say, related to this, because I deal with a lot of payer denials as well on readmissions. From a CMS standpoint, this makes sense. And the reason it makes sense is because more than half of our population is moving for Medicare, into a Medicare Advantage plan. And CMS is saying, we're not paying attention to your denials. What we're really trying to say is we need to know the quality of care. And we can't effectively demonstrate data if less than 50% of Medicare beneficiaries are on traditional Medicare. We really need to look at all of Medicare beneficiaries, regardless of if they're in traditional Medicare plan or a Medicare Advantage. So they are looking at the whole piece. But what that means is that for our programs that we have for hospital readmission reduction programs, we also need to be including all of our Medicare beneficiaries, not just our traditional Medicare, which is a big change for us as well. They did change the look back period. So in 2027, it will be data and the performance of 2025. 2026 will be 2028 penalties. So that's what that changed. Previously to that, it was a 3-year look back. So if you're a hospital or healthcare system that is having penalties right now, that is your 2023 process. That's your 2023 data that you're paying out and being penalized for now. Okay, so for reference, they've shortened that up. They also clarified a nice point that I think is interesting, which is the extraordinary circumstances exception. So this is if in your health system, you guys, or in your state, you are doing work around readmissions, and there is a tornado, there is mass fires, there are significant earthquakes, any of those types of significant state health emergencies where we are absolutely bringing patients into our hospitals or we are holding them, there is an exclusion for that period of time to be removed from the data set, which is a nice change. Also, they did, of course, remove the COVID-19 exclusions from all of the core measures for readmissions. Now, with that, there are some data refinements that they've added. There's no penalty around these data refinements, but they did say that they're looking into this. And I think this is helpful for us. I'm curious to see in future refinements of the PEPR, if maybe we'll be able to see some of this data. That would be a great way for CMS to be able to show that. The first is really looking at our readmissions, breaking that down. So not just your total 30-day and then we have to audit, but really some comparison of what are your readmissions of 7 days or less, 14 days or less cohorts, which is helpful. As we know from hospital health systems, readmissions 7 days or less are usually related to transitions of care. It's a big focus that case managers should be focusing on for our patients that bounce back within 7 days or less. Something likely is brewing or was missed in the hospitalization, most likely, or in that transitional period. 14 days, we typically see those readmissions coming out of patients that are being followed through home health or for skilled nursing facilities where something is going on there in that piece of transition. And then longer, closer to 30 days, we typically see that related to chronic conditions. We've tuned up that CHF patient as much as we could, but it does not matter. We've got a goals of care issue now closer to 30 days. They're starting to still gain weight, the diet habits, all the things. It doesn't matter how much medical intervention, is true behavior change at that point. They're also going to be looking at, and granted no penalty, but looking at the total ambulatory utilization. And that doesn't necessarily mean from a penalty standpoint. That was not alluded into the information, but really looking how are patients using systems around that 30-day period for really greater data. And then they are planning to still split the data set between the fee-for-service population and the Medicare Advantage to really look at any differences there. Related to quality, as I mentioned, we're really leaning in this year for CMS with outcome focus. And that is really tying into what we're seeing immediately for our star ratings. So for hospital star rating adjustment, they are implementing a 4-star cap for hospitals with the lowest quartile of safety of care measures. So if you're a hospital that is low ranking in your CLABSIs, CAUTIs, serious surgical infections, MRSA events, C. diff, your hip and knee replacement complications, or your serious complications, you can never be a 5-star. That's a big change because there absolutely were previously health systems that were low ranked in those areas and still had high rankings for star because they were doing well in the others. So that is a huge one. Not to mention the next stage for calendar year 2027 is you will not only have a cap on being able to be a 5-star, but you will also have a reduction. So if you were in the lower, implement a 1-star reduction for hospitals in the lowest quartile for those safety measures. So again, I would say, there's things that we lose focus of in hospitals or we pay attention to other areas. The point of healthcare right now is really back to safety of care, readmission prevention. Okay. There's also an interest of, I'm going to call it, I kind of, June mentioned for Talk 10 of SDOH, I like to think this of a change of language. So we were using SDOH, and what we're going to, CMS is using is similar concepts here, but they're calling it well-being focus. For us in the case management field, I would like us to really hone into those core values of standards of practice and our ethical obligations to really acknowledge that we can really do both. These are very similar to just normal practice that we do every day. So what they're looking at is outcomes instead of the screening measures. So not just did you use the tool with your patients or your clients or members, but are you improving overall health? So you can see how things are changing from there. And what they have mentioned, and this is a lot of the verbiage that they've potentially looked at, is use around overall health, not yet defined entirely, emotional state, social connectedness, sense of purpose, and life satisfaction. When I really deep dive into what CMS is coming out with related to how are we assessing that, they have honed into potential tools related to nutrition, specifically addressing efforts to address malnutrition for our patients, social connectedness, so tools looking at social isolation for our members and its impact on health and well-being, physical activity and physical capabilities, as well as skill building capabilities. So our patients, when we're looking at intervention and goal planning, their ability to self-manage. For our impact of healthcare, this is really, we see these, it's almost like Dr. Jekyll and Hyde. We see these things where I say, okay, that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense that we would be implementing outcomes and focusing on that. That's a strong value-based approach. And that's what, total cost of care. That makes sense. Simultaneously, we have these cuts that I think, how in the world are we going to move the needle when we are impacting the ability for healthcare coverage from these individuals? That is it's so hard to do A without B. They are absolutely so interconnected. And I would say what comes out seems like they're non-correlational, and they absolutely are. So what we're also seeing is loss of coverage. So the cuts are estimated between 11.8 and 16 million people will be losing their healthcare coverage over the next decade. There is a lot of disruption of care that we are anticipating. So I would fully expect we are going to have members that are going to have Medicaid one month, lose it the next month, where they're going to be in an acute situation, and we're working to get them back on. If you're following from a population health standpoint, same thing. They're going to fall off, fall back on. There's going to be a lot of work around us trying to keep this population insured. So, and not to mention that, but also just significant reimbursement cuts for that uninsured population, straining hospitals, rural health systems in particular. Now, there has been another program, the Rural Health Transformation Program, that has recently come out to offset this. The cost benefit, I'll be talking about that soon on Tuesday. There's a lot of analysis coming out. Will the cuts of Medicaid support and offset what is being provided, which is $50 billion across the country for rural health organizations? The answer is no. It will help, of course. Anything is great, and it will alleviate some of that. So, so we'll see how this unfolds. Discharge planning. So we also had an update that came out in the conditions of participation, the interpretive guidelines. So our discharge planning from CMS for COPs are the same. However, there is a regular release of the interpretive guidelines, which is essentially your JCO or your DNV or your state institution that says, are you following CMS guidelines for conditions of participation, particularly related for us for the discharge planning section. So this is the first major update since 2019, 2020. What I saw in there was some language adjustment, really about an emphasis of shifting from task completion, did you do it, to demonstrated which means it's documented, process-centered compliance. So patient process center. So are we really identifying and proactively working with our members? Are we having meaningful patient and caregiver participation? So we have to really not only just be checking off the boxes of those initial assessments, but we have to be demonstrating that we're in the room working with them, that we have documented that we have their buy-in. All those things we need to start looking at a little bit deeper level of how we're doing that in our notes and documentation. So that's the only way we're going to be able to prove it. We have to be able to demonstrate comprehensive evaluation for healthcare and non-healthcare needs. I thought this was so interesting because it's like we're taking away SDOH, but you actually really want us to also be working on community resources. Okay, sure, we can do that. So then continuous dynamic hospitalization assessment throughout the hospitalization. So as the patient is progressing and changing through their hospitalization and working towards their discharge, we also need to be documenting and making sure we're updating that. There's no specific cadence of that. That's what's ever written in your own policies. It just, they just specified it has to be there. And then documentation that really proves that the work occurred. When I'm about to get to model shifts, when we see this, we have healthcare policy, we have all the changes related to a focus on outcomes, readmissions. What we also have is the realities in our hospitals and health systems, which is there's no vacancy. Emergency departments are boarding patients due to limited staffing, hospital unit capacity challenges. We do have an unsympathetic payer system. They are under their own constraints. That trickles down to us quite a bit. We have post-acute access delays and network constraints regarded to not only obtaining that authorization, as you heard from Colleen, really that initiative of insourcing those post-acute auths is a great way to start with that to be able to address those constraints. But also the post-acute placement facilities, all of them have also the same constraints of limited funding, supply and demand, more patients wanting to go there than they have availability. So that's something we have to consider, as well as an increasing number of avoidable days tied to system level barriers. What this puts us in is case management is really positioned as the problem solver. Everyone kind of looks to what is case management doing? Why is this patient still here? How are you helping us? However, we often fail or we're strapped without authority or resources to be able to make these miracles happen, particularly as they're dwindling in the outpatient setting, and they're also under those constraints. In all of that, I say this is why we really have to relook at change of really our models conversion. And so, and I push this a lot as far as things we used to do, you're feeling that burnout or struggle because we're operating in an old one, trying to answer questions and problems to our current situation. And there's a mismatch. We've moved from dyad, triad, and those were absolutely appropriate. And I'll talk about the strengths of those programs for when they existed and what they provided, to really right now, we need to be more in an adaptive model. The strengths of those models really showed us, honestly, great foundational knowledge, clear role definitions, familiar workflows of understanding who does what, historically aligned with regulatory expectations. It did support our nursing hierarchical structure in our healthcare systems. Myself as a social worker, that was a big learning curve for me, of really coming into a nursing environment that is run by nurses and really embracing that. And there was a lot that I learned as a young medical social worker coming into the field of that structure and the value of that in my own profession, to be able to support that for the case management and for our patients. And then clinical staff were present in the hospitals and physically on units. That's really changed. We're hybrid, we're remote. We've done so many different varieties there. So why are we having these inefficiencies today? What are we seeing? So that model historically was specifically staffed for inpatient patient days. So it is just literally adjusted discharges for inpatients. If you staff your ED, which we know we need to do, you're actually robbing from your productivity to be able to do that according to your CFO and your accounting for benchmarking. If you're wanting to do creative readmission, prevention, and call patients within your own hospital-based system to be able to do that in the outpatient setting, depending on how that is aligned for your productivity, again, you're hurting yourself on a national level for your productivity standards. So that's why really even the inpatient productivity from your HR and finance is really an outdated model. It's outdated. We've got to push it forward and advocate that is no longer how case management functions, and we shouldn't be benchmarked to such standards anymore. It is widening that historical model in today's environment, particularly as has gone remote, has really fragmented and CM a bit more than we intended. So it's created some unintended consequences. It's blurred the lines between some duplication between case managers and social workers. And the reason I say that is when patients come in, our patients are simultaneously medically and socially complex. And so who does what, when, how, and also we're under such extreme constraints to be able to do it so quickly and assess and figure it out so fast that there's no longer time for divide and conquer or handoff process. It really has to be full team effort, capabilities, and thought processes to your hospital. There is also some limited flexibility across care settings, inefficient use of licensed staff in that old model. It didn't encompass all the value of support staff that we have today that were not there. And then that poor scalability during surges and staffing shortages. It also was pre-technology, which is a huge call out to where we are today and how much that's so integral to our everyday life, not to mention our jobs every day for how we're performing in our efficiencies. So when we look at this, I'm going to tie into some of these core concepts, but it's really about looking at these holistic view of encompassing physician advisors, use of technology, the inclusion of our non-licensed professionals, and really are even building a pathway for them for advancement, our pre and post-hospital use, as well as that shift from that unit-based reactive model to a proactive approach. So when I tie into the biggest concept is really that technology and skilled communication. I see this all across the country, everywhere I'm at. We look at orientation and onboarding tools, and I would gather many of you have a similar experience in your own onboarding, that some people get a half-day training in their EMR or in the tools that they are using all day. Their referral tools, their documentation tools. There is no collective, regular, ongoing competency learning for your vendor partners, or how to really leverage data dashboards and feel comfortable with it. We're really going through a barrier related to that. And so are we allowing enough time? So you think of all the work that we do related to in our own jobs of learning the ins and outs of, wound vac placements, all the things. We need to also be spending time in collective learning related to technology. And so we're in there practicing in learning labs to be able to do that. I think that's so amazing as we see up for our national conference for CMSA, that we're really leaning into that, the AI and the technology piece, because frankly, we all need to be proficient and learning it to continue to show our relevance. So does your onboarding time allow for that technology support? And are you building in knowledge experts? Are you equipping staff with those tools to support that real-time data access and documentation? And one of the things is also the emphasis on really understanding multimodal communication techniques and being able to have that integrated rather than overlapping or distracting models. I'll give you an example. When I was just in the hospital last week, they had Vault. They still use their own personal cell phones to search, look up things. They have secure chat. They are doing email. They are doing in-basket. So in that, you could imagine in your day, they are doing rounds in person. You are communicating with people all over the place in different types of tools and technology. And that actually can create some overlap. So really considering what are in your organization, what are the standard practice pathways of how we're going to communicate, and particularly for skilled escalation. So with my physicians, we're going to use secure chat, or we're going to use in-basket. It's defined rather than all the other mechanisms that are around us for that. Additionally, we really want to be looking, as I've mentioned, everything of what's coming is we have to be planning ahead. And so that looks for early identification of coverage risk and the uninsured population. As we know, we'll have, what I talked about, those for Medicaid coming on and off, and people kind of gambling, not having health insurance. So really setting up processes for community health workers, financial counseling on day 0. For our surgical episodes, we start prehab, home first planning. So even in our hospitals, we know that our skilled nursing facilities are full and patients wait. And so what could we be doing of getting back to that value-based approach to see home first? If not, why not? And then really looking at opportunities, particularly with our surgical episodes, because we'd be doing those initial assessments up front via telephone, remote, looking at really collaborative processes there for patients that are coming in. I've seen some good hybrid models of staff on the units on weekends and people dedicated remotely to only doing initial assessments to be able to help out. So Monday's not so bad. Really some great creative mechanisms there. And then also leveraging our community partners, single case agreements, letters of agreements, whatever you call it, to really leverage that collaboration direction with our communities. We also need to be leaning into what I'll call portals of entry. So we used to just kind of throw a person down in the ED and call it good. Oh yeah, I've got the ED staffed. What are they doing? are they able to manage the influx of your actual ED and the volume of patients coming in? And that's from a UM standpoint and a CM standpoint, because those patients coming in, you can, if you're only consult based there's tons that are going through the door and getting admitted that you can't even touch. So typically a staffing model now of best practice is about one patient per one clinician, so a CM per 40 patients at any given time in that ED. So we can come with a focus on actually screening your priority threes, looking at your readmits, your multi-visit patients, and actively working them, not just waiting on consults, because by then you're too late. EDs move too fast because of their door-to-doc requirements that they're trying and measures they're trying to meet, as well as staffing your ED holding units as a regular unit. So again, you think of, in that productivity standpoint, how am I building that into my daily structure of knowing when we typically have ED holds, that's actually just a unit and we cover it every day, as well as considering what's our structure for supporting the PACU so we don't unnecessarily bring patients up to a bed for discharge logistical issues. So are we looking at our support team to be able to staff and support with DME, home health referrals, anything that outpatient follow-up that they may need directly from the PACU rather than them using a bed? For UM and physician advisors, it's really not, and for some of you that maybe are doing both, it's really not just about that OBS to inpatient. And we saw a lot of this from, the advent and bringing, when UM went remote, that it became really about conversions and peer-to-peers, and physicians stepped into that as well. And those are great ROIs, but I'm going to say, what about the case managers on the floor? I have plenty of inpatients there that I have long length of stay issues, and I need a great advocate who should be my physician advisor to be able to support that. So even in ACPA, we really push a campaign in our committees, really that physician advisors are more than second level conversions and peer-to-peers. So how are we really leveraging that? And that's the same of how are we looking at use cases, even if our UM team is remote, to be able to support really that great collaboration with our case managers on the unit. We know when UM went remote, we lost some of that institutional knowledge that we assumed our nurse case managers had, and they didn't, related to progression of care management as things evolved. So really bringing that back in, as with many nurses that exited and the new ones that came in. So really considering, I need UM to also be saying up front, before OBS and inpatient is even on the table, is why is the patient here? From our ambulatory and other settings, I'm going to say, why is this patient needing this level of service for acuity? Those are good critical thinking questions I always need to be looking at. And then also for my inpatients, I'm looking at, can they be discharged? So what's going on, which changes our perspective. So my uninsured patients, I should be treating those as full risk. I'm in a full capitated agreement. I have full risk on every uninsured patient that comes into the hospital. So from a UM perspective, I need to be looking at, what are we doing? One, because anytime they might have coverage and I need to be prepared for that. And two, are we looking at those, what's medically necessary care and not, and how am I supporting the case management team and our medical team to be able to highlight some of that? And then are we using technology tools to be able to support that, not only from sharing what we're seeing that's visible to our case management and physicians as well. So even if we're remote, we're creating a really great experience to where maybe they don't even know that, or it's non-relevant. For physician advisors, it's also supporting not only what I mentioned, just the peer-to-peers and second levels, but really getting into education and documentation on medical necessity related to progression of care, supporting complex care and transitions management, advocacy for really helping our case management team and what they're seeing with the physicians. I see a lot of blurred lines of safe discharge plan. Physician advisors leading and helping support that to say what's safe and what's not and what's obtainable would be a great advocate for us. seeing them getting more involved in the emergency room utilization, as well as the denials, not only denials management, but prevention, going back to be able to leverage them for documentation support with our medical staff. Okay. So when we move for looking at case management strategies in here, a big area for that is really looking at readmission strategies that we want to be paying attention to related to not only your licensed professionals, transitional plans for discharge, but also looking at your outpatient strategies and ED partnerships. So I should really be looking at, it's not all going to be on case management to prevent readmissions. And honestly, the biggest impact of who is going to determine a readmission into our hospital is the emergency room physician that says this patient needs to be bedded. So if I'm putting our energy on the ED and really looking at, was that medically necessary or not, and how do I collaborate with our ED partnership, we're going to have greater gains. We've done so much work historically, and we should not discontinue that on our post-discharge transitional plans. But if a patient just decides, you know, the social factors that we know of limitations, they get home and the sister or the brother or the aunt or whoever is like, I just can't take care of this person, or that knee looks funky, we need to go back. And then the ED just like, okay, upstairs. So then we're right where we started. And so really putting some emphasis on your emergency room to be able to support that process. Additionally, I think, as you know, with healthcare changes and how much I think is under a story that is just not told enough, is how much we spend every day on our patients directly in charity care. We pay for meds, we pay for rides, we pay for hotels, we pay for SNFs, we pay for home health, we pay for drugs. I mean, there's so much stuff. Wound vacs, I mean, we cover so much out of our own hospital and healthcare system budgets that often fall in the case management department. That's hidden. We are not telling a compelling story or even advocating to our officials on a national level of the amount that we are doing for these patients related to charity care. And, you know, I know the healthcare system says, you know, medical necessity, but when patients are homeless and have issues in our ED, it really, we are the last line of defense. And so that ends up being really something that we should be telling more. What I would suggest is that you really have a clear line that monies should not live in your own general budget cost center. For if you're a leader of departments, it should not be just lumped in. Paying your staff and paying for patient care are two completely different things. It needs its own line item. It needs it to be completely separated in all. So when we look at how much did we spend in charity care, it's very clear. When we leverage and need to leverage our foundations, we have a very clear structure for how much we're just spending in getting our patients out of the hospital or getting them the care they need in our community or from a population health standpoint on our own dime. So that cannot be undervalued. We should also be advocating for a mechanism for early intervention for complex unfunded populations. What I would suggest, we are all mandated through CMS in our hospital health systems and even in outpatient to be able to look at our long length of stay or our complex patient population. The moment patients come in, I always say from the ED, I don't need to wait till day 7 for my unfunded patient to talk about them. I know they're going to be difficult or complex from the moment they came in, and I saw self-pay, as well as if English is a second language, if they're going to need IV antibiotics and their self-pay. You know, if that person is not going home with no needs, if they need anything, I know they're going to be complex. Similar to my patients that are guardianship issues or socially complex with low social support avenues, and they have post-acute needs. I know that from the initial assessment, right when they came in. I don't have to wait until I talk about them at a day threshold. So those really creating clear pathways from the beginning to bring in the appropriate team members right away to say, this one's complex. We need to generate energy and focus on these certain individuals. With that, you can see how we get back to the data conversation, why that's so important. We also want to be looking at that independently workflows for those non-licensed professionals with supporting onboarding, training, and continual learning. So I hear a lot of, I could do it faster myself than delegate it to someone, or they don't do it as well as I do it myself. Well, if you think of any other thing with our patients, in any other environment, yes, up front, it does take some work to teach someone to be fully independent and working independently. But those are structures we have to be able to get to in our organizations to build in. Once that you pass that threshold and have that built in, where you're not delegating to individuals, that those non-licensed professionals are absolutely integral to the team and supporting everything with a ladder, continual learning, going to conferences and learning just like this, then we are building in great structures to be able to have them autonomously being supporting us. So if you think about in case management models, we often say, physician, I don't need you to consult me necessarily. I've screened that patient. I already know I need to see them. Right. So if the physician's consulting, it's a reactive approach because by the time they thought they needed it, we're already in a delay. That is the same with case managers tasking to their CMAs or whoever it is. By the time you thought you needed it, it's already a delay. So building in those structures independently will really support that progression of care and throughput process, but it'll also build up a valuable generation of people in our field that are assets to everything we do and giving them a ladder of success. And also, I would say that we should not be doing this alone. In any of our health system, survival is really about interdisciplinary collaboration, technology partnership, and stewardship. Even down to your vendors. If you have platforms, if you have other technology, they need to be your partner. If your team is having frustrations with them, if they are feeling like the tools you have don't work, then that vendor is not your partner. They should be supporting your success because it's not just here you go and they leave. It is really about, are you health system, are you case management team achieving these goals? We, technology partner, are invested in your success. And if they're not doing that, they're not your partners. So that's an important thing for us to really consider as we move into this, because we're going to continue to lean into technology. So we really need to make sure that we're collaborating with the right individuals and right companies that are invested in our community support and success for all the right missions that we have. Okay. So as we kind of get towards the end of that discussion, I hope Jude, I'm still good on time here, is really looking at that model selection. So in this, I'm still good. Yes.
No, they're going to give you some extra time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Cause I know it started a little later, so I'm almost done.
Yeah, we were going to give you to 11, at least 11:15. Not 11.
Perfect.
Good.
Okay, great. So for model selection, we look at really that we want to be organized around a network of agile teams with end-to-end accountability. Team leaders are held accountable for delivering agreed upon outcomes. If we know we're going to be asked about outcomes from the beginning, we really have to focus on that enterprise agility to make sure that we are delivering and demonstrating that. So what does that mean? That means we have role differentiation over licensure dependence. So our competencies are aligned first that reflect the needed function, not tradition. And then we have skill-based competency frameworks. So that is really looking at our skilled communication with our patient, family, physician, and payers, our regulatory fluency, our technology proficiency, and population-specific expertise. And also, at any point, we are leadership ready. So if leaders cannot articulate how case management impacts capacity, quality, and cost, the model is going to continue to remain vulnerable, regardless of our effort or intent. So I'll lean into final little section here is really looking at our measuring our impact and then going into 2 examples of there's no one size fits all. First is really honing into, are you measuring your impact as we move towards outcomes for your operational flow? So measures that look at your avoidable days, your ED boarding hours, time to post-acute placement, length of stay variance by payers, your financial performance. We want to be looking at your team episode cost performance if you're involved in that program, cost of care, denials prevention and overturn rates, and then that charity care portion. Quality and outcomes is at 7 and 14-day readmissions, and then our post-discharge follow-up completion rates are good metrics to be tracking to really demonstrate our ROI, as well as our workforce sustainability. There is not enough to say about the value of not only your staff engagement, but honestly, your turnover and your vacancy rates, and demonstrating your ROI to your organization of your onboarding and competencies at the end. It's not just something we check out for HR, but it's really showing we have a skilled professional group. So let's go into 2 examples of hospitals, and really this is where you can see no one model fits each. There's variable. So hospital health system A, CM program reports up through a strong CNO who understands the value of case management. Check. It doesn't matter if it's, I get this question all like, where should I align? I want to report to the person who knows the value of case management first. The rest is ancillary. We know as a case management program, we will deliver on the ROI. It has not, those things that I just mentioned, measuring impact, does not matter of your leader. I need someone who I can report up to that is going to be a change agent for me and speak my voice at the table. So in this healthcare organization absolutely had that with their CNO, and that's great. There was a clear funnel of nursing and full ability to hire nurses into the CM program. Very nursing heavy, great pathway from multiple universities of nursing students in that hospital moving directly into nursing and into case management programs. It's unique. They had a centralized team facilitating all post-acute authorizations. They created a unit dyad of one CMA to every 2 case managers, with a separate team handling all the regulatory requirements autonomously. The social workers really worked on those harder, complex cases, pulling those out, but they were also additional requirements that required them to be involved in many of the behavioral health needs. Social work was also in the ED. They had full teams based on census dedicated 24/7. UM was centralized across the system. You can see in these core components, I wasn't so fixated on the triad. I was really saying what works best for this group, and they were able to demonstrate at the end of the day is, can you demonstrate your ROI and impact to the organization and to your community? And if that answer is yes, then that's okay. That's how you got there. For Health System B, they reported up through revenue cycle with a robust and proactive UM team. The CM staff were either social workers or RNs. There was no difference in these positions. The hospital struggles to find RNs and social workers for staff, so they were really taking anyone they can get as long as you can be strong. It's an either or model that they built in to create and adapt to their environment for the flexibility in those roles, and they align pay to support both of those individuals, those professions, rather than their own independent license. So they created basically a CM ladder 1, 2, 3. Behavioral health had its own social workers, and they were heavily involved in the ED and on medical units. CMAs were centralized. They handled all the regulatory work as well as discharge logistics for follow-up appointments, transportation requests, and post-acute packet and referral management. The CMs, that social worker RNs, were also staffed in the ED for the medical portion, but they only work peak hours. They really didn't need that 24/7. BH was actually covering that in the overnight. So they were there from 8 to midnight. Also, you can see, again, if you're demonstrating your ROI, it's okay if there's variability. So I'll end here on those implementation strategies. First is start with purpose, not structure. Frame change around system pain points, ED congestion, avoidable days, readmissions, workforce burnout, and then back into that. Then you want to be piloting before scaling. So really test those adaptive workflows with targeted units, specific use cases, to be able to look and see, is this going to work before you do full deployment? Redesign those workflows before the saying what staffing. When I look at staffing models for hospitals, we first just assess current state landscape, and then I back into the needs. I do staffing last every time, because if you start with staffing first, you're going to end up with downstream problems and unhappy staff. So first is build in with really aligning roles with digital workflows, process improvement, key decision points. You avoid physical units as the primary decision point. I'm investing in training and heavy reinforcement, competency-based orientation, ongoing education tied to regulatory changes, leader rounding, coaching, not auditing, really that elevating of the team. And then supporting that communication early and often. So articulating the why, what is changing, what stays, supporting them, those defined escalation pathways and feedback loops with the frontline staff to really make sure their voice is heard. And just like Colleen, here's all my references. As you know, I did my homework, and there's all the links in there for the presentation as well on those for websites. And with that, I'll go to any questions.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Of course, it's excellent. You always do a brilliant job. I thought it was really important how you covered all the challenges, in an hour that we're facing today. And it is overwhelming, and they compete with each other. And it's like what you said, you try to make sense of them, and it's really difficult to do that. And I think that's the challenge all our case managers and social workers are facing today. So, oh, wait, maybe there is a question, because there wasn't a question a minute ago. Let me go and take a look at that. But there was a question from this morning that wasn't completely answered. And I thought maybe to meet everybody's need, we could maybe revisit that. Oh, it's a need. Maureen, could you take a look in the Q&A? I lost audio. And so one of the participants needs help with that. And I'll take that name down just in case. Okay, so anyway, this was the question. It was a situation, and a very, very difficult one, and probably one that we can't completely answer, but I thought strategies that you just did, that slide with the case management implementation strategy. So the other thing is the attendee is anonymous. So we don't know if it's a staff person, what their role is, or we don't know if the person's in leadership and what their level is in leadership. But it goes,
Okay.
Do you see it? My hospital system centralized the UR role from the corporate office reporting to revenue cycle. So case management it seems to have no role at all in UMUR revenue cycle. And then she says that the leadership have no clinical background, no case management, no understanding of quality and compliance. And that, do we have, and they feel the frustration because, the risk. I'm sure they see the risk of not having that knowledge. And do we have any? So it's not an easy one, and maybe we can't completely help, but maybe start to. And I thought that list you gave
I got some good stuff there because I've lived this.
Yeah.
So, what happens is revenue cycle is really moving in less from finance. They're trying to be more operators. I speak a lot with revenue cycle folks because particularly the portion, they're so and CDI. CDI probably went first, and then they're pulling if you hadn't already. The reason is they fully see as the clinical revenue cycle portion. The hard part is case management. Let's call it is a little bit more process oriented and defined. Case management, I always call case management messy. And we know because you never know what patient's coming in. You have to figure out everything is different all the time related to that. The calculations of who's the payer, where are they going, what are their needs, what is their social and family. You can imagine from a rev cycle guy or a gal, that's like, whoa, that's too much for me. But for our job, if I go back to what I talked about, is really for us to help with that. That's okay if they are not also a nurse or clinical. My job for them is to be able to advocate and leverage that because they're going to look to me to be able to help translate that story. So when they have questions about why is this occurring, can I learn enough about revenue cycle to be able to support their language, but also translate what is happening clinically? So I can tell them this is why this is occurring. This is where you're typically seeing that. At the end of the day, if is under revenue cycle, automatically that revenue cycle leader now has to demonstrate their ROI to their CFO, which means they have to have working well. So they need you more than you need them.
Exactly.
So remember that in how you translate this. Now, what that happens with our case management split, I'm going to say there's a grief there that we all experience when this split happens. And what I would say in that point, every day in case management or any other way, you interact with lots of different people that are not in your department. It does not matter who their leader is. You collaborate with physical therapists. We've never been aligned with therapists, and we talk to them all day long. So, I think there is think of outside of that, get away from the structure and really lean into, okay, case management, regardless if we report to different areas, we absolutely need each other. And let's make sure we continue to create relationships and use cases for why we're continuing to communicate with one another. Yeah.
Yes, I hope that helps the participant. It's very good advice, bridging the gap, building the communication and the legal relationship. And eventually, and I'm just thinking back, I've been in case management since 1986, and I was starting to remember some situations I had with finance back in the 1990s because we were new on the on the forefront, and they were very threatened by us because we do have information that they don't have and that they need. And so I think that's a really good way to bridge that gap. Okay, so I hope that helps you. We're here to really answer everybody's questions. So I appreciate you taking that question from the morning. So there was one
Absolutely.
other question. A remote team gets heat from on the ground clinical team for making patient status recommendations without laying eyes on the patients. We are recently remote. So I don't know if that's a question or a statement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We are a remote
Yeah,
team.
that you're now recently remote. Yeah. And there's a lot from the medical record that you can see. And actually, that's a great use case. So a good use case for now remote with CM. If you can't really see what's happening, I would say build in observation huddles or pathways with my case management partners. So if there's a threshold, they're going to know what they're on the units and they're in rounds. Is this patient going home today? Are they not? What's happening? Let's just do a touch base, the two of us, and kind of work through what you heard in your rounds that I no longer can participate in because I'm now virtual. So I can kind of plan my day accordingly. If the attending's thinking this patient's going to convert, they're going to go home, what's happening there around that? That's a good use case for still maintaining that. Yeah. Those eyes without the eyes. Yeah.
I think it's helpful advice. So I hope the participant who asked that question is satisfied. So thank you so much, Tiffany. Lots of positive feedback. It was really such a complete lecture, and that you got all of that fit in an hour. It's amazing. But that's something that you can do. You're visionary and you can really condense important information. And some clapping is coming up from the responses. So thank you a million. If you want to stay on,
All
you
right.
can. Thank you.
Great.
We'll be in
Thank
touch.
you all.
You got
Okay.
it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Turning over to Jean.
Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany. That was awesome. I have the pleasure of introducing our next sponsor, and that would be Susan Marie Rowe from Radiance BNA. Radiance Health is the way that I know it. Susan, are you on? I'm looking for Susan. Radiance Health has just become pretty integral with the way that my hospital functions from the standpoint of I work as a per diem just so I can travel as an old lady. And
Jean, I don't see her on.
yeah, I know. I think we could put your slide up, and I'll just talk a little bit about what my experience has been. Radiance is based in Linfield and Chicopee. They have offices in both places. And they have a special commitment to vulnerable populations, people who can't keep it together in the community. And how many of those do we know? Lots. They also, with our case management world that I'm in, we have, I call it the tired, poor, and miserable groups, but it's just the unemployed, unhoused, no food, no transportation groups, people with a lot of substance abuse problems, people with a lot of mental health issues. But Radiance, in our experience at the Whidden Hospital in Everett, Mass, has been that Radiance welcomes them and partners with us to take care of them. They provide the twice daily medication management in the home, which is really invaluable for some people. So if Susan comes back on, we'll give her a minute or so, but please refer to Radiance in both the central Boston office, which happens to be in Linfield. They have a 1-800 number for referrals, and the office in Chicopee is looking for business around that area. So thank you. I guess what I'm going to do now is turn our attention to the future president of Case Management Society of America, Ms. Jenny Quigley Stickney. She's our next speaker. I've known Jenny for seems like 100 years. We were in the same facility in Woburn in an acute rehab, and she was an extraordinary case manager for individuals with brain injury. So let me get off my own opinion. And she is a professional case manager with Cape Cod Healthcare. She's been active with the organization both nationally and locally for over 20 years, and she really inaugurated the public policy focus for the organization. I remember when she did that, and it's really been amazing. She's active in the New England states promoting the advancement of the Nurse Licensure Compact and telehealth legislation for healthcare provision. She has a passion for legislation and believes that legislation helps advance the field of professional case management. She goes on to have been employed at all levels of transition of care, working with traumatic brain injury, stroke, spinal cord injury for over 20 years. And she's been in every aspect of that care: inpatient rehab, hospital-based home care, and outpatient rehab. And she recently shifted her work back to her first love, acute care, and she's specializing in vascular and trauma care. So without further ado, I would like to present to you someone who I have watched grow immensely over the last 20 years, and she's amazing. Here's Jenny.
Thank you, Jean. I appreciate that. Very appreciate the glowing remarks and the fact that you were one of my first mentors when I started in case management. So as we get started, the presentation today is navigating chaos for hospital case managers while stabilizing throughput. Now, I developed this presentation because all case managers essentially are the artists and the experts in this particular task, and we do this every day in our day-to-day work. What I find, though, is that every hospital has a different model. Sometimes it's a case manager to manage the throughput. Sometimes it's a throughput RN that specializes in that field. In other cases, you'll see the nurse supervisor that manages all the transition through the acute care hospital. And how I came about this presentation was by my experiences in acute care hospitals, my experience in acute rehab hospitals, and best practices in the case management acute care hospital world. I have 3 mentors that I would like to mention. Dr. Colleen Morley, who spoke earlier today, who is a friend, a colleague, and a collaborator. And with her 4 new books in hospital-based case management, I really consider her the guru of all hospital-based case management. My second mentor is Pat Noonan, who has long supported me for legislation advocacy. She's taught me a lot about diplomacy and team management. And then the third person is Dr. Ellen Fink Samnick, who I see her as all things that are ethically speaking. If I'm working in an environment where we don't have an ethics committee, I like to be able to read through her ethics books or be able to shoot her an email to ask her how to manage certain situations. So in closing to start the presentation, I just want to say, and the final thing I used in this particular presentation and also in my life so that I can keep advancing my career and strengthening my ability to be a case manager is really the Case Management Society of America. It's a wealth of knowledge of experts throughout the whole nation. And there are people within this organization where you can collaborate and really keep strengthening and changing your career. So if we go to the next slide, which is the disclaimer, I just want to mention that throughout this presentation, I will mention products such as digital AI, telehealth, technology that supports the EHRs within our hospital environment, and technology for discharge planning and also for data and analysis management for what the work that we do. Next slide. The 3 objectives I plan to look at are to explain the hybrid, and I will use Tiffany's definition, explain the adaptive staffing model for acute care case managers challenged with daily absenteeism, review use of telehealth, AI, and EHR resources in daily collection of analytics and to manage a successful patient-centered care program. And the third objective is to articulate the challenges and considerations with coordinating, communicating, and training staff within the hybrid model or adaptive model for case management. Next slide. Important to start with the definition of throughput, optimizing the flow of patients throughout the various departments and stages of care within an acute hospital environment to ensure efficiency, timely care, and patient satisfaction from admission to discharge, and to enhance communication and collaboration. Improve team collaboration and implementation of role-based communication. All of these pieces are essential to designing a throughput system that works. And also an understanding that change in throughput is constant. Although you may have one model, it's a constantly evolving model because the complexity of the patients can shift or change how you manage the transitions of throughput throughout your hospital. Next slide. And I'd like to research, as I spoke to earlier, the Institute for Healthcare Patient Flow. I really appreciate this design. It looks at all the avenues for how people enter in to the hospital and how they move out of the hospital. Now, we all know that most people go to the hospital either through the ED or through the OR or direct patient access. And the fourth one, I would say, from the urgent care to the ED. From the ED, they are assessed, and we either transition the person back into the community or we facilitate movement into the inpatient hospital. And that may occur at critical care, like an ICU or CVICU, or intermediate care, telemetry care units, or also the acute care medical surgical units. Next slide. How do we evaluate throughput? We do this daily, and we evaluate throughput by looking at the components to manage throughput and evaluating everything from where the patient needs to go next, what their disposition plan will be, and what do we need to do to build those components safely to make sure we have a great transition of care. And we analyze this also with readmissions. It's very, very important. Not everybody does this, but it's very important to encompass analyze this of readmissions from the case management perspective. When a patient comes in the door, really looking and knowing, were they here a week ago? Were they here a month ago? Were they here within the last 10 hours? It's important to understand that because all of those components not only help you develop a stable and better transition of care when you send the person to the next level, as well as give you information that's intricate knowledge as to which way you might be able to move them. If you know that a person's been in a rehab within the last 30 days, you know that you don't necessarily need to keep that patient for a full 3 days in order to establish a connection to the skilled nursing facility. So it's important to have the readmission information because it provides you information on discharge plan as well as what were the quirks, I use that word, that facilitated a readmission. Did they go home and fall? Did they not pick up medications? Did they not follow through with primary care specialist? Or is their clinical picture just too complex to have really been able to stay at the next level of care and not need to come back to the emergency room and into the inpatient hospital? We also, during throughput, record delays so that we're looking at if there's transport delays, if there's delays in patient and family coming to the hospital, if there's delays in doctors rounding, if there's delays in implementation of procedures. And these things are all important to look at how we could minimize those in the future to allow the patient to have the quickest and fastest transition. And one of the things I've really come to know in the last year is that if you look at it from the patient perspective, I know it's important to us to make sure all these things happen, but when we really get to the point by which we're going to create that transition, the patient wants to know, are we ready? Do we have everything in place? How soon can I get out to the car with my loved one and start the next journey of my healthcare? And it's also examining the patient and making sure they're at the right level of care at the right time. This is where comes in. And I'm going to be talking about this throughout the presentation. There are many models where people separate the case management and the and the CDI certified documentation specialist roles. But I would say the best adaptive new models incorporate those three working together collaboratively. You have the team that's on your unit, where you work with the doctor, the nurse practitioner, the primary care, and all the specialists. And then you have the team that's behind the scenes, where you're working with the and the CDI, and they're helping for you to formulate the care plan at the right level of care at the right time. And I would say designing a system where initial UM starts in the ED. This is something that a lot of people are modeling now. A lot of ED was starting once the patient hit the floor and it was an admission, but really utilizing the initial UM in the ED helps with triaging the patient care and sending them to the right level of care that they need to be. Next slide. So what are the ethics of this? I think it's important to mention this at this point. The case manager has to perform all these tasks of throughput at the same time as maintaining an active recommending and pleading the patient's goals and care and making sure we advocate for what their needs are. Autonomy, allowing the patient to have a role to support self-determination and advocating for that patient to get the best medical care for their illness and transition to the best choice for their discharge. Benefits is compassion, taking positive action for a desire to do good. Obviously, as case managers, that's what we want to do for all of our patients. We want to create the best care plan, and we'd like to make sure that we are able to create a positive environment and a culture of wellness for them. Fidelity, being true to what we say and the promises that we keep to patients. Justice, the ethical principle that involves the delegation of treatment and provision of care. This often comes up with situations such as transplants. Are we delegating that care fairly? Or when we're looking at equity and inclusion, are we making sure that all patients, regardless of payer source, get the right care at the right time so that they can experience wellness? And non-maleficence, duty to do no harm. So we always want to look at maintaining patient safety and quality for both the patients and the family members we serve. Next slide. In incorporating this particular presentation, we included CCMC, Code of Conducts, when we were looking at how to put this presentation together. Next slide. We looked at the Certified Disability Management Specialist Code of Conduct and Ethics. And the third slide. We looked at the CRCC, which is Commission on Rehab Counselor Certification, and we looked at the ethical principles as well as the code of conduct, because it's important when you're putting together a presentation or when you're actually working in the field that you always know the standards of practice and the code of conduct and understand how you should be working in the field within the hospital for your patient. Next slide. So what's one of the most important things to understanding about this throughput, the readmission model? To understand the throughput, we always have to understand the readmission model. There were developed over the last 10 to 15 years, many different models which look at readmission: Project Red, Care Transitions, Project Boost, Ideal Discharge, Nailer, Transition of Care Model. And for the sake of being the closer for this presentation, I'm going to try to consolidate the information. All of these particular models, regardless of which one you use in your facility, have some very similar components to their programs. They are looking at comprehensive assessment and discharge planning of the patient. They look at medications and med reconciliation. They look at care transition coach, because change models for patients are hard. And I think sometimes we forget that every day a patient we meet is going through some sort of change and adaptation. And the best thing we can do is really approach it from a mechanism of coaching so that we can help them to feel comfort in the new information we're providing and help them to learn how they can embrace themselves in it, and then look at how they can move forward and own this diagnosis and the healing that they need to go through. All of these models include post-discharge follow-up, telephonic follow-up, data collection, and analysis. Excuse me. Most of these programs are around the same percentage of what they really are able to do in terms of producing models. Particularly in the New England area, we use the Project Red that Dr. Morley mentioned earlier. That was a project that was designed by Dr. Brian Jack to reduce readmissions and improve patient outcomes. Again, same thing, discharge planning, patient family education that significantly utilizes the teach back. So we know that patients actually know what they're doing before they go out the door. So they know how to give themselves insulin, manage the glucometers, manage a blood pressure cuff, know all the different things they need to do when they're in the home. And have continued transitional coaching in the inpatient unit, and then providing that when we provide home care to make sure that the goals of home care are to continue to strengthen what we've taught them in the acute care and to then make these goals of care a solid part of their everyday daily living. And while we look at these readmissions, it's important to understand that 10% of all Medicare expenditures are unplanned admissions. And $12 million of that is traced to preventable readmissions. And that is why readmissions are such a significant component of Medicare and the commercial payers, as well as Medicare Advantage products. When you hear the dollar signs, you understand why this is so important. So I strongly encourage you to encompass one of these readmission models so that you're able to start gathering the data and collection you need in order to improve your throughput and to be able to lessen and reduce your number of readmissions. This is one way that case managers significantly contribute to financial aspects of our hospital environment, and we're able to reduce high-cost, complex patients. If we go to the next slide, which is the care transitions model, I like this slide because it really shows us that the patient and caregiver at the heart of the care that we all do every day. And while we're looking at the patient and caregiver's assessment goals, we're also looking at where they're going to go next. We're always having a forward motion of what do we need to do to get them to rehab? What do we need to do to get them skilled rehab facility? What do we need to do to get them to hospice and then to home? And a very important that I'd like to mention, I did a study a while ago on mobility aids, which is unlicensed personnel that you utilize with the physician, with the physical therapist. And one of the things that I was able to find is that use of the mobility instructors shifted my discharges for the week almost 50% higher to the home environment versus having to go to rehab or skilled facility. Getting people up, getting them moving is a very important task that needs to happen. It prevents falls on the inpatient unit, and it increases the likelihood that we can move the person's transition from skilled rehab to home. And another small fact that I like to quote to my patients and make sure they know is that every week within a hospital environment usually correlates to needing at least 2 weeks of rehab or skilled facility. So if we can get them up and moving, we can bypass those 2 levels and go to home. And obviously for most patients, home is really their end goal. They'd rather not go to any of the other facilities. I'm not saying that the other facilities aren't important. They certainly are and play their role. But if patients can get home, they're always the happiest. Next slide. Readmissions examination. So how do we examine these? In our daily work practice on our EHRs, if you're utilizing the EPIC system, you'll have access to something like the LACE score or hospital score or patient score program. What do these things do? They give a score to a patient that's been readmitted as to whether they're low, medium, or high risk for readmission. And those scores are essential because those are actual goals that we could take a look at in order to be able to minimize to reduce readmissions in the future. And this is what the case managers themselves can do every day. We can examine the time before return and analysis of what broke down to return the patient. We also need to evaluate literacy of the patient. Was it a misunderstanding of discharge, follow-up, and medications? Did they adequately know how to perform within the teach-back model? Did they demonstrate proficiency in those tasks so that they do not have barriers at home? The other thing I like to do when I'm discharging a patient is I have a practice with the patient when I'm going, what if this happens? What do you do? Who do you call? Where do you go? What are your resources? So that they're actively thinking and participating as a part of this transition to home and looking at how they can empower themselves to own their own health care. And lastly, the last part is social determinants of health. In my own facility and in many facilities, they're looking at this because it's the new JACO mandate if you become certified for social determinants of health. And the focus is on transport, housing, caregiver support, medications, access to groceries, how one might safely mobilize, and access to specialty care and procedures. Next slide. And what I'd like to do with introducing the Healthy People 2030 is show you how the community-based focus for healthy people is very similar to what we're looking at in the acute care hospital. Our priorities are health literacy and social determinants of health across the continuum of care, attaining healthy lives through wellness and preventing disease, disability, and premature death. Economic stability, looking at health disparities, achieve health equity, literacy, and health well-being, and create social, physical, and economic environments that promote attaining the full potential for health and well-being, promote healthy development behavior and well-being across all life stages. And what's important to do this is to engage leadership, key constituents in public health across multiple sectors to help us support these healthcare initiatives. This is where your legislation and your advocacy comes in. It's a critical component to creating not just what happens in the acute care hospital, but also how you transition to the community and have the types of support you need for patients to be successful and not become readmissions. And I want to mention the next thing, neighborhood and the environment and the social and community context in which the patient lives. These are key components to helping provide supports that will help maintain the patient have access to healthcare resources and to have nutrition and to be able to maintain a state of wellness at home. And if you go to the next slide, looking at a project I did a couple of years ago on the Blue Zone with many members from the Case Management Society of New England, we looked at the power of 9. This is a project that was actually done by Dan Buettner, who is from National Geographic. And what he did was he developed over time a research project that looked at the different areas within the world that contained the healthiest centennials, the most people that would be able to live to 100 years of age. And the key components within the Power of 9 are very similar, you'll see, to what the what Healthy People 2030 embraces as principles. Key thing everybody needs to do every day: move naturally, physical activity, Get up and move, don't stay sedentary. Whether you do this through yoga, relaxation, Pilates, or Tai Chi, or even just go to an exercise club daily or take a walk. Then there's a need to really downshift through those processes to relax and feel a state of wellness. The 80% rule focuses on consumption of meals, and this is really important. 80% of the meal is what we intake, the other 20% we don't. And it's very, very important to be able to reduce to smaller portions in order to be able to create a healthier lifestyle. And transition of that from so much meat-based to plant-based. I know that our new regulations nationally are to utilize meat-based programming, but this power of nines that allows people to stay in the healthiest state is really more of a plant-based vegetarian model. And wine at 5. This doesn't encompass promoting anybody to become an alcoholic. This is really just a concept of wine in many cultures is used to calm and relax a person, not an excess, but just a part of a social task that one might do throughout the day that helps them be able to reflect, think, and relax. And finally, belonging to groups and community and support groups is very important to maintaining wellness. When you have support groups that are like-minded people, they help you to be able to understand how to manage your wellness better. And the last one is finding the right tribe. And this is important. Sometimes in our families, we may not have the right tribe. So we need to find the right tribe, the right people who will support us and help heal us and help us to be able to move forward and create a state of wellness that is strong and replicable day after day. Next slide looks at the readmission and impact of these readmissions. So what do the readmissions do? Why are these so important? And why do we need to really focus on them? Well, in thinking about this, I looked at the recent episode of The Pit, episode 4, where, in case people aren't watching that show, they have introduced a case manager for the first time in a hospital show. She's been shown in episode 2 and episode 4, but what was very helpful in episode 4 was there was this very creative process where the writer took so much time to focus in on detail. They really clearly depicted the case manager. When they couldn't find a way to pay for the patient's care, the case manager was able to come onto the show and talk about, well, this person's over income, but what they could do is use their over income to buy a product on the health exchange, and that should be able to cover them for the future care needs that they have. So I wanted to mention this because if you haven't seen it, case management is the best kept secret in a hospital, and it's very important to recognize what we do because through throughput, we usually come in and save the day and find a way to fix the problems and move them essentially to the next level of care. But what does it happen when we don't effectively manage throughput? We have disruption of recovery. That means a person's gone home, they're beginning to work on their care plan and their journey to wellness, and now they've been brought back to the ED by rescue. They have some new presenting symptoms, or they didn't take the right meds. Their illness now goes from one that was being managed and on the way to recovery to being prolonged. There's increased physical discomfort, emotional distress of the patient and the family for how much time and energy is continued to be spent on this particular healthcare journey. And repeat hospitalizations also increase healthcare costs and out-of-cost expenses for patients. This is one of the most significant things because the burden of people's budgets right now is significantly impacted by healthcare costs. We need to look at a way to reduce those costs or reduce the readmissions to be able to help patients and families be able to shift that cost onto things that they need to do in other aspects of their lives. The other thing readmissions impact are deductibles, lost work time, and copays. And then when we look at chronic conditions I know right now are being looked at by CMS and rightly so. Chronic conditions really cost the most amount of money, whether it's pediatric or acute. They are the most significant out of cost issues because patients are managing chronic care throughout a period of wellness and then illness and then wellness and illness, and they account for many of our readmissions within the hospital system. So how do we address these readmissions? Best way as a case manager is to always keep the patient at the center of your care plan. Always focus on one, what's their goals? Looking at the financial, ethical, providers needed, and social support. If we have the patient at the center of our goals, and we're always focused on what their goals are, and we collaborate with them to create a care plan by which we're both sharing, we can establish a stronger amount of buy-in by that patient. And we all know that change is hard. And without buy-in, we cannot create a change plan for our patient to be able to develop a safe care plan and move towards wellness. In the next slide. Next. I find whenever I'm having any problems with the patient care assessment, I go back and I look at what are my standards of practice to help guide me to figure out which way I need to move and incorporate what professional standard in order to be able to complement my care plan. In the standards of practice by CMSA, which was recently revised in 2022, it specifically looks at our professional role as case managers. And I know recently we've not as nurses or social workers been considered professionals, but in the CMSA organization, we do consider case management in both nursing and social work and rehabilitation professional roles. It looks at the legal and ethical component of what we must do in every case plan that we create. It looks at how we advocate for the client to establish a healthy wellness program. The standards of practice look at resource management, health, utilization of health information technology. And I'd like to mention at this point some of the new things I'm seeing in health technology. During COVID, most of us as acute hospital case managers integrated in telehealth because we needed to do that to set patients up with providers, specialists, and also daily to weekly psychosocial support. And we also use telehealth to connect with families, to provide teach back methods, and make sure that we had the same type of collaboration and connection we had when we were in person. The new mechanisms I'm seeing in telehealth that I've seen actually within the last 2 months is an incorporation of GPTA models that are utilized within the EHR that physicians and specialists and case managers are utilizing to record actually the data while you're working with them. It takes down the information. It actually can transfer that into a note. And your job as the case manager is to go in and to monitor and critique that. Now, I know this is a new concept and might be hard for some people, but it actually does save a lot of time. It makes sure that we get all of the specifics we need into a note, and it allows us to really take the time to screen our notes so that we're able to make sure the most critical components we need are in there and all of the essential components for social determinants of health are really highlighted within our notes. And client assessment and identifying care needs and opportunities. Next slide. Now, while I'm looking at this presentation, I'd like to look at ethical implications from a different perspective. And this is really where we've been as case managers with the new evolving ethical implications. I know that there's a lot of changes in how we can utilize these, but I still want to mention them because they're critically important in order to be able to provide better care for our patients. It's important to design in any assessment review diversity, establish equity of the care plan and the healthcare resources that we're providing, looking at equality from one patient to the next, inclusivity, making sure that the patient is included in all the right care plans, in the right team meetings, in the right conversations they need in order to really be able to develop an effective care plan and empower themselves, and also the ethical principles that I mentioned before. Next slide. An ethical principle that a fellow case manager of mine reminded me of a few days ago is the ethical principle of case management and the connection to and denial management. Case manager has an ethical obligation to have the knowledge and ability to appeal any insurance denial or authorization in order to access the patient's necessary health care and create optimal patient outcomes. I think sometimes we forget because in a lot of facilities we've siloed a lot of these different tasks. And the new model in adaptation is to bring these tasks together so that the case manager on the floor is always ready and able to know where their patient is at what level of care. If they get a denial of anything, ready to jump in and be able to mobilize themselves to be able to support an optimal patient outcome. Next slide. The hospital capacity challenges of throughput. In the ED, there's always long waits. Question is it resource allocation? Is it overcrowding or is it boarding? Long lengths of stays in the ED and inpatient units. And this has really become something I know when I first came back into acute hospital, there were always boarders, but not at the amount that I see now. And I just want to mention that it becomes very, very challenging. I know Dr. Morley talked about a 392 length of stay person. I don't experience that myself, but I can feel the horrors of that. As a case manager, when you are dealing with that, you're always looking at what else can I do? Whatever the resources I have, what collaboration do I need to create within the community in order to be able to create a care plan and successfully move the person out. One of the most challenging risks for me is being able to create a care plan for someone that is not a legal citizen. Most of what I have is a Medicaid health limited product where I can get emergency services, but over and beyond that, I often don't have a lot of resources to work with that person. So that those care plans I find I try to get the most creative with in order to be able to look at what does Mass Health, I'll use Mass for example, what does Mass Health Limited give me? What products might be available on the healthcare network, and what could we possibly financially purchase in order to create more resources for this particular patient? All right, next slide. Let's look at the process and understand how that fits in with case management. CMS created conditions of participation for both CM and and I just at this point in time want to make sure you know what they are. The conditions of participation. A case manager must always provide a comprehensive assessment, care plan, and discharge planning The utilization management component must always have access to a PA or a utilization team to review the levels of care so that we create systems for the patient and the family that are equitable across the continuum, but particularly within the acute model. The CM and UM have purposes and crossovers. How does that occur for me from day to day? When I'm looking at a patient in the morning, I'm looking first at what level of care are they? If they're in observation, how quickly do I need to move that person to the next level of care? What resources do I have to make for a successful discharge plan? And if the person's an inpatient, what is the length of stay or GMLS that I need to gauge so that I'm able to transition the person throughout the continuum of care safely? And that's really what we call status management. So I do that before I even start my discharge planning in the morning because I'm looking at where are they? Where do I need to go? What do I actually have? And then I start looking at the resources to help me achieve that goal. And that's where I see CM and UM as crossovers. The length of stay and management across the healthcare continuum is a very important component to making sure that we use appropriate resource allocation. And I think that we always don't always look at this as case managers, but it's very, very important component to what we do. We need to look at what resources the person has so that they can financially incorporate resources that are not over what they can extend themselves to, but they're very capable and very manageable and very achievable. So let's go to the next slide. So discharge planning and how the UM formulates the plan. When we start with the assessment, we're always starting with an initial UM review that occurred down in the emergency room or a admission UM that occurs on the inpatient unit. And when those occur, we have a good idea of what the status management of, and it helps us to guide what we can start to do as we start to plan. And while we're planning, we're looking at the UM component for status management, and we're looking at resource management. Then we go into coordination. Who do we need to collaborate and access with so that we're able to build a care plan that's successful for our patients, establish education and teach back for both the patient and the family, and looking at, very important, the caregiver in the home that's going to be the essential person that's going to help support this patient's needs as they transition back into home or skilled rehab or acute rehab or LTAC. And then the transitions of care, prepping my patient at all times for what the right next transition is. When I look towards a rehab, I prep my patient so they understand that the rehab's going to have the following goals for PTOT and speech: bring some sneakers, bring some workout clothes, be prepared to do 3 to 5 hours a day of rehab. And I try to prep my patients the same way for LTACs and for skilled nursing and home care so that they're prepared for that moment and know what they need to do and what they need to access if they have any concerns or anxiety or problems that happen at the next level of care. Best practices for reduction of unnecessary utilization. We always, throughout discharge care planning process and throughout the UM, should be looking at, do we need this procedure? Do we not need this procedure? Do we need extra specialists? Do we not need this? If this is not relevant, let's cross it out and move to the next thing. If the CT showed a stroke, and then we don't always necessarily have to go to the MRI. We've already gotten ourselves to a place where we know that this person done a stroke transition care plan, and we need to implement the stroke protocol. Next slide. UM management as a framework for transition. So just in case people aren't aware or you have a different model, what's really important to understand status management. Initial reviews occur at the ED level. They do save you a lot of time, and they also can add a lot to your revenue as within your hospital because you're putting the person at the right status, at the right level of care at the right time, and for the right diagnosis. When you go to the inpatient, you do an admission, and that either supports or changes the initial review. And a prospective is usually a review that's done long before they enter into the acute hospital. It's typically something you would see with surgical patients, where this prospective review, you look at the surgery that's going to occur and what type of post-care plan they would need. A concurrent review just is designed to look at the concurrent process that the patient achieves throughout their care plan, and are they maintaining that level of care, or do we need to change and adapt it? And then retrospect falls along with denial management. If we're looking back at the case, do we need to look at advocating for a denial that has occurred? Do we need to look at getting further authorization? But we need to look at what needs to happen to make sure that we provided the care at the right level, at the right time, for the right diagnosis. And two other things I'd like to mention is being prepared while you're doing your to look at the 2 midnight rule. Whether you're Medicare or Medicare Advantage, it's important to note that if they come in into observation, once they pass the 2nd midnight, you need to be prepared to justify why you're keeping that patient, why you're moving forward in inpatient only. That is done both by the and also by the physician in writing a 2 midnight rule documentation within their progress notes. And then another thing I'd like to mention is the code 44, very important. If a patient were to change to observation just prior to discharge, it's very important that within the last 24 hours, you provide the code 44 document, or within but you cannot provide the code 44 document as they're walking out the door or once they've walked out the door. Very important for case managers to be aware of that. And also to understand that not all patients that go home within a 1-day stay are changed to observation. Some are inpatient and they have to be documented by the physician as a patient that recovered faster than expected. And just like with the 2 midnight rule, it has to have a clear clinical reason for why they improved and what it is that the doctors were able to achieve. And we're going to go to the next slide. So the management helps us to guide where we go. And what are these things that we have? We have the CMS conditions of participation that we've mentioned previously. We've looked at the medical necessity, and we've looked at criteria sets. And criteria sets for most of us might be the McKesson or the MCG brand. And they usually refer to looking at the patient for severity of illness and intensity of services. And they encompass reviewing templates that we utilize usually within work queues, within our EHR system. And then we also utilize with those templates consistent collaboration to team members, asking about what's happening if you're the CM working directly on the unit. You're looking at the status management, and the behind the scenes is looking at status management with CDI, and we have to have ongoing collaboration and dialogue in order to make sure we keep the patient at all times. The PA is usually the person we go to for our secondary review and helps support or guides us to be able to make decisions to move a person to another level of care. And next slide. The and healthcare across the continuum. This refers to the role of utilization management in healthcare and case management. It looks at the key processes in admission reviews, continued stay reviews, and discharge reviews. and healthcare across the continuum encompasses best practices in management to reduce unnecessary utilization and integration of in quality care and cost management. I think there's a few things throughout many of the presentations we've seen over the last 2 days we can look at with regards to It's important to look at that Medicare Advantage programs are going to be coming into a stronger presence within our environments, and we need to pay attention to how the rules for the Medicare Advantage product is different than Medicare. And in some ways, it is a blessing because it helps guide us to quicker and faster discharge. And some ways, it limits us by only being able to work within the continuum. And as Dr. Hirsch mentioned a few weeks ago, he talked about the fact that the inpatient surgical list is going away, and they'll be looking at this more from a clinical point of view in the future as to what is happening surgically for the patient, what is their clinical presentation, and what do they need to do to really be able to manage the patient. As we all know right now, the inpatient only list either puts a person in extended recovery or day surgery or inpatient only. The extended recovery only gives us not even a level, but just a time period inpatient by which to make sure they meet all the criteria to discharge them safely to home. And then they're usually out by noon or 2 o'clock the next day. The observation level of care post-surgery, which is day surgery, allows us to look at what do they specifically need? Do they have a problem post-surgery, clearing anesthesia, blood pressure, heart rate too high, anything that may have caused, are they not able to reestablish a voiding protocol? Those are all things that we'd see within the observation. And then the last being the inpatient only, which gives them an automatic stay by which they can achieve their goals. So we take a lot of the things I've just spoken about and are able to recognize that the person needs more time to reach each of those milestones in order to be effectively transitioned to the next level of care. With most surgical patients, we have done pre-op prep with them, already talking and looking to them, or looking with them at what is the best next step for them. Is it for them to go home from extended recovery right to the surgeon's office, or home care, or do they need an extension requiring some type of skilled rehab or inpatient acute rehab stay? It's important to do a lot of the prospective reviews and assessments up front because it helps really be able to manage the throughput quicker and faster for surgical patients. And I have to tell you, I'll be very happy when the inpatient only list goes away. So I'll be following Dr. Hirsch quite a bit over the next month. And the next slide. Triaging hospital versus community care. What level of care is best for the patient? And this is where I find a lot of patients have confusion. Many patients fall into the category, if I've got a problem, if I have an emergency, I got to go to the ED. Well, the ED is pretty costly. You don't really have to go there first. Your first stop should be, if and at all possible, the primary care, the urgent care. The urgent care will make the decision if you're too complicated and need to go to the ED, or the community care setting. And it's very, very important. Again, even at these levels, primary care, urgent care, ED, what is the best level of care for the patient provided at the right place at the right time? Once you get into the hospital setting, we're usually in the ED, and most of the case managers in the ED are working collaboratively, both the nurses and UM and social workers, to be able to look at, do we keep this patient and move them to inpatient? Do we keep this patient and set up additional resources and send them home? Because we've looked at the initial review of the patient under UM and been able to look at how we could transition that patient home safely. And then the last one is it a border? Do we just not have enough resources to be able to move that patient? That in a border would be a patient that we know has come back. They don't necessarily need inpatient level of care, but what they do need is help with resources, and they need help with access to the right and appropriate next level of care. So this may be a patient that needs conservatorship, guardianship, new access to insurance measures, but you really have to look at what do they need in the border status. And the sooner and the quicker you can provide all of the resources for that border status. And I have to say, managing border patients and complex patients in the ED is an art all of itself. And I think you'll see many case managers are becoming specialized within that field. And it does significantly help with managing the throughput and making sure the throughput doesn't get bottled back and bottled down, but is able to keep moving smoothly and creating nice, safe transitions. Triaging is your main goal as an ED case manager. I used to look at it as a stop and block or stop and go type of situation. What do you need to do to get the right care for the patient? Go to the next one. Strategies. Case managers are the best kept secret for most hospitals. We offer a unique perspective to patients and transfers, access and due to our knowledge that's constantly balanced of clinical status, levels of care, revenue cycle, the authorization process, care coordination, progression of care, and discharge barriers. And I think if you look at CMSA, they have a wonderful new resource. It's the impact of case management in the healthcare system. I urge you to go to this and read more on this. Our collaborative team has created a lot of marketing flyers that really help people understand what we do. And our goal is to make ourselves not be the best kept secret, but to be essential at the table and integral to the active part of the team in managing throughput. Next slide. And can you just move to the next? Yeah. I'm going to go to factors. Next one. Okay. What are the essential components that manage the throughput? And I want you to spend some time on this so you really understand it's not just about what case management does. It's not just about what the doctor or the NP do. It's about what we all do as a team. Throughput is a team collaborative effort at every facility I've ever worked with. And if you don't have a good mechanism of team and a culture of safety and a culture of change and a culture that's not afraid to look at what we did wrong to improve for risk management and a culture of quality, teams have to be open-minded to feedback and education. That when you're dealing with the throughput and effective discharge planning, we're always looking at what can we do better. We are always learning and evolving as case managers. So what specifically influences throughput? It's the staffing we utilize every day. And I'll use the adaptive terminology that Tiffany brought in her presentation. It's communication from one case manager or team member to another. And all systems of EHR have, if you look at Epic, they have a chat system by which you can literally talk to everybody. You can talk to the doctor, you can talk to the nurse practitioner, you can talk to the specialist, you can talk to the nurse, you can talk to the rehab team, you can talk to the RT. You can speak to all the specialty units as well as discuss what's happening in a care plan with the behind the scenes and CDI. And what does that do? The and CDI help us with status management, but the and CDI, we also help so that they know which direction we're moving in a care plan. And by having a collaborative communication that goes back and forth, we're able to create the most efficient way to move people through the throughput. And I'm going to look at next efficient systems and layout designs. One of the things that I find often people do, and I've spent a lot of time, unfortunately, my mom was sick over the last month. I spent a lot of time in hospitals, and it's very hard for me not to look when I'm in the hospital and think, how could this be laid out differently? Like, how close in the ED is the area by which you get the pillow, the blankets, the bed warming blankets? How close is it to get supplies? How close is it for the nurse to be able to get their medications? And if they're in a place where everything's always a mile away, it creates a very inefficient system. The more you can create a system by which things are close by within about 20 feet, you're going to create better efficiency with the system for layout and design. Quicker movement back and forth to CT, to MRI, for access to the medications, for telemetry, and for any IVs that you'll be running for the patient, and also the equipment needed for that. If you're in an ED and you're short of that equipment, you're going to be running in a delay. You've already started in a delay of care. And that's what we need to really look at with throughput. Where are the delays in care? What are the things we could more efficiently fix, challenge, or change in order to be able to create systems quicker and faster to be able to help the patient get back to the right level of care and receive the right level of treatment. So next slide, we're going to break these down a little bit. Staffing. When I look at staffing, we all know that we're all challenged with inadequate staffing, and this slows down evals, treatments, movement of the patient from one level to the next, discharging at every level of the patient care journey gets slowed down when staffing is slow. So models that we're looking at now are adaptive. These models would include case manager, case management assistants, collaboration of case RN, social work, so that we're all effectively moving together and having skills that can overlap, and we're cross-training people. CM models can do everything between benefiting to look at resources and cut down the time it takes for CMs to be able to accomplish that task, to actually being able to help out with the process. Next level, communication. Poor communication causes misunderstandings and errors, leading to poor patient outcomes. I still find, even though this is old-fashioned, the best mechanism of communication. Chat is wonderful, but you can't always see everything within an epic system of chat. Sometimes it's the handoff. You pick up the phone, give a quick handoff to the next session, and you make sure you mention all of the critical issues that are needed for the patient to move from one level to the next. And recognizing when there's been errors made in assessment, and notifying medical records and team members so that they can correct for those mistakes, so that they don't keep getting carried over, but they stop and we can recorrect and reestablish a plan in an effective manner. These are critical. Without good communication, we have misunderstandings and errors, and that's obviously what we want to be able to alleviate within our care planning, and we want to decrease the delays and mistakes. The next one, inadequate systems. Hospitals many times consume and have very laborious processes and delays in procedures. Staff time is spent on administrative paperwork, takes away from valuable time for providing patient care at the bedside. This is where I see AI and telehealth coming into a lot of support, because I feel that we can get access to specialists through telehealth. If a stroke patient comes in and you don't have access to a neurologist, you can utilize the stroke protocols within the stroke protocol system in Mass, and have a neurologist provide an assessment via telehealth services within a matter of 10 to 15 minutes. You can utilize AI to help streamline your documentation, and I think this is really going to be one of the most significant changes within our field, that we'll be able to record what's happening in the session in real time, be able to put it right into the record. But I think the essential component with AI is always making sure we critically monitor, make changes, and edit of anything that comes in through AI, so that it specifically states exactly what we need to have stated within the medical record. And if you think it's not coming, it is. AI is going to be encompassed within our actual case management assessments, continuum, of care and discharge planning, and it's already a part of our utilization products. Both McKesson and MCG utilize AI products to help us be able to establish the right level of care and status management. I do want to mention at this point that I have seen a trend in some acute hospitals not utilizing systems, establishing actually their own in-house departments where they're looking similar to what inpatient only is going to, looking at the doctor's critical thinking and skills to document the needs for the patient, then to look at whether our severity of illness meets what they need to be inpatient, then looking at the amount of services we need, and establishing a length of stay. They still use a critical guideline of CMS for length of stay and GMLS, but not all hospitals are utilizing a product anymore. But establishing, designing, and I think this is going to be something that it will be something that you'll see in the future as CMSA probably sharing more, so that we can look at best practices and really create some new models to move into. In the layout and organization I mentioned, poor layouts and organization can impede patient flow. When staff spend extra time walking long distances from patient care to supply rooms, it creates slow waste efficiency. It provides slow waste efficiently on two levels. One, for the incoming patient into the ED or into the bed on the unit, as well as the patient leaving and exiting the room, because it's very important that it's as soon as you get somebody in, you're moving them to the next level and moving to the next level. You have to always be prepared with what you need to create a layout and organization that allows for efficiency and not waste of time. And next slide. So what are delays in care? Just two examples I wanted to mention. Any factor that delays care will impede patient flow, any factor. And these should all be recorded in your EHR. And you should be looking at the data analysis. Your administrators should be looking at this within their management committees, and particularly within quality programs and also within risk. An example is a nurse who cannot access a medication dose, has to call pharmacy and is placed on hold, waiting to be connected to the right person to receive the necessary treatment, or they've moved from the ED to the admissions and there's no orders that have been signed. This is really an issue. So if you move to that next slide. The second delay in care is if a case manager is setting up an ambulance transport to return a patient back to a facility and the ambulance is always late despite setting a time for discharge. We try as case managers to really target a time by which we establish for discharge. We work very hard to have the patient and family meet us, the nurse come in, the NP or PA sign off on what we have to discuss with the patient. But if the patient then is going to another place in an ambulance and they're an hour late, that creates a significant delay. So it's important to also look at those types of delays and have discussions with your external members that will help influence our throughput and make for a more successful throughput. And next slide. Ways to improve the throughput. So we got to optimize our staff. Very important, as Tiffany talked about earlier, very, very important to come to an adaptive model that looks at how to utilize all players that we're working with daily, our case managers, our CMAs, and our and our CDIs, and also to look at models that change daily. If we come in and we typically have 15 to 20 patients, but A, B, and C person is out that day, we need to really know what model do you move to? I've worked in organizations where we'd have 15 cases or 20 cases a day, but if that many people were out, we shift to 30 patients a day. And then the CMA pulls up and moves into another model. It's really important to have models that we can change to. And that's for the managers, that's really their role to be able to establish and let us know while they're reviewing how many patients are in the ED in the morning, how many patients we need to get out, how many might be prepped for discharge. It's important to let us know this is where the staffing lies for the day, and this is what we need to do in order for us to be able to accomplish our goals and tasks and keep a nice, smooth transition for the patient through the throughput so that they can feel supported, taken care of, and feel that they have a very competent transition. So we're also going to work to, again, improve communication. Anything we can to do communication. I know that in my own system, I have a chat component in my EHR. I have a chat component on my cell phone I carry throughout the day. I do handoffs, and I also will collaborate during interdisciplinary team meetings. This is the game plan we're doing. And then we have another time period about 2:00 every day where we touch base again and say, okay, this is what we were doing in the morning. Are we still headed in this direction, or are we needing to make some modifications? And I'm looking at everything between, is this patient somebody that I can book? I can get out today. I can pre-book. I can be looking at for what do I need to do to get them out within 2 to 3 days. So that communication is very important so that we can keep moving the throughput. Prioritizing in the organization what's important. And I do want to mention at this point, prioritizing in the organization what's important. We've mentioned a lot about what do we do as nurses and what do we do as doctors and physicians and case management assistants. Important to see what the people behind the scenes do. There's two people I'd like to mention. Your housekeepers and your security are essential components to the throughput. If these two things are backed up, we can't move people faster. As soon as a patient comes off the bedboard, the housekeeper needs to be flagged, and there has to be a system within your EHR to let them know this person's leaving. You can get in there now. And we actually time how quick it is to get that particular room cleaned and prepped and ready for the next person to be able to come up. During COVID, we did this a lot because we had to make sure that the precautions for that room were taken care of, and we had the adequate amount of timing before a person could safely go into a room. The last person is security. We use this person immensely throughout the system to hold people's jewelry, medications they brought in with them, and money. Must have quicker and faster systems to be able to access security to get those things up to the patient so that when they're ready to go, they can transition quickly out the door and have all the items that they came in with and not feel frustrated that they were leaving without something. Is a very, very important. I actually try to get in touch with that person first thing in the morning and say, I got this many patients going. Do you need to bring anything up? That's an essential component. Those things they seem little, but they're essential to helping us move through the system.
Jenny, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's Jean. We're getting to the end and we have about 4 questions. So,
Okay, I'll see if I can move it really quickly.
Okay, thank you.
We've talked about updated technology, EMR and AI. So go to the next slide. Which is patient care experience. And this we've gone over quite a bit. ED or direct admissions. It's very important to see where these happen. We do clinical examinations, working diagnosis, initial during this period, and transfer to the right level of care. Hospital admission, observation, and just to be aware, not everybody has the same units. Observation units, medical surgical units, OR, ICU, CVICU, admission, is done during this time period, establishment of a GMLOS, continued stay and discharge criteria. And the last one I want to mention that I forgot to put up there is palliative units. Many hospitals have that, and they're extremely beneficial. And in town in Boston, they have discharge suites where the person actually moves out of their floor into this discharge suite, and they usually have a CNA or a nurse monitor these and provide for the comfort until the family can actually show up. And I wanted to tell you that these are extremely helpful into moving people through the throughput. Sometimes you don't have family show up till 5 or 6 at night, and it allows them to have an extremely comfortable experience. We talked about optimizing staff, so I'm going to move through that, and these slides will be available. I'm going to move to improving communication. Good communication is obviously the most essential thing for throughput, handoff, antiquated, but have to do it. Very important. And technological solutions are coming. Please try to embrace them. The more we embrace them, the better we really can manage our throughput in our systems. Enhancing efficiency. Nurses and social workers are responsible for managing transport. Nobody one job is this transport. That's another thing that I mentioned. I have sometimes brought a patient out to the curb, gotten them into the car just to help so that we can keep moving things along. We look at crossovers of work, which are really essentially important. It typically takes 45 minutes to arrange transport, to fill out paperwork, fax appropriate clinical data to facilities, and look up insurances and secure authorization. Streamline this by doing pre-books the next day so that this is all done and taken care of. Next slide. And we talked about the layout, so I'm going to move around. And enhancing the work environment. Implementing a positive and supportive work environment and culture is essential to improving throughput and productivity. Employers who are invested in employees' health, well-being, and wellness see increased morale and happier, productive staff. Employers can promote cultures of teamwork, support, and healthy lifestyle. Next slide. Updates needed in technology. You need to utilize HIPAA, compliance, technology, EMR, telehealth, and effective ways to streamline the communication that we've mentioned. This allows the case manager to have direct access to patient, team members, and providers at all times throughout the admission to discharge stay and referral sources within the patient's care. It's an ongoing, continuous discussion. And the best practices in readmission prediction are comprehensive patient assessment, standardized risk assessment, electronic health record and data analysis, predictive analysis, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary collaboration of team members, patient engagement and self-assessment, and longitudinal data analysis. And last slide. So readmissions, what now? We need to evaluate the reason for readmissions. You must do this. If you don't do this, they'll continue to be readmissions. And people wonder, well, why is this person back every month? Well, they're back every month because you didn't do a good analysis of why the person was here. And they're always very simple, usually. For the most part, most of them are, they didn't understand what they're supposed to do. They didn't understand the meds. They don't know how to do the protocol. They didn't know who to follow up with. If it's clinical, then obviously they need to be back. But if it's something that's easily preventable, let's go in and fix the problem. Health literacy is also an essential component of the problem, and we often forget that. One patient I had recently that was a dilemma was just a physician went in, explained what they wanted the patient to do, and just completely missed the fact that the patient spoke another language. So it's great we have team members. We tapped the person on the back, said, oh, by the way, let's go back again, set up our translator, brought him in, we went back over everything, and the person went home successfully. But that's where we have to work as team members, because yes, we know sometimes errors happen. We communicate with the patient and the family. We have to make sure we're documenting this. We create enhanced care transitions, critical thinking about readmissions data to enhance care plan. Make sure this readmission data get to the right people in administration and to the people outside of us that are the ones that can create and make change happen so that these delays don't keep happening. Provide education and support, implement follow-up and monitoring, and continuous quality improvement. Remember that. As much as we as case managers are continuously involved in change, we must have continuous quality improvement in order to make sure that we're always learning and always making what we do for the patient better, healthier, and safer. And on that, I will note, I have all my references here.
Jenny, incredible, wonderful, great.
And so I tried to get as much in as I could. I skipped a lot of parts. I apologize.
No, you did great.
If perchance we're completely out of time and you can't get me in a question right now. I do have my contact. Please feel free. I have it at You'll Laugh Red Sox N01 at Comcast.net. Please feel free to email me. I have no problem answering any questions. And if I can't answer them, I will certainly ask Dr. Morley or Tiffany, Dr. Hirsch, or Ellen Fink Samnick for responses that I may not be able to answer.
I'm just going to quickly try to run through them. Thank you so much, Jenny. That was great. Nothing is too small with this topic. Nothing is too small. I
But
like,
doesn't it really impress you how much we do in a day?
well, it impresses me about how everything is so siloed that
But I think that's the one message I want to get across is we can't continue to be siloed. We have to work collaboratively if we want to keep improving everything.
one ambulance company can take a whole facility down, and they did. They
Absolutely.
do.
Absolutely. I know that.
Let me just ask you this question from Christine Fisher. She has a wound vac case. No, I'm sorry. She corrected it. It's a CPM case, and the health plan won't entertain an authorization, as they say they can't provide it because it's not approved for anything but a total knee replacement. Apparently, this patient doesn't have a total knee replacement. Therefore, they can't get a prior auth. They can't get a denial letter. They can't appeal. They can't do peer-to-peer. And the case manager is saying, doesn't seem right. Should the team be able to get a denial as a non-covered benefit so they can move ahead with the appeal?
Okay, you're absolutely right. It doesn't seem right. However, that is the reality that we work with. So here's where I always go next is I jump to what else can I do? Here's the big thing with the CPM machines. You can always rent them. And I have done that for ortho patients. I have rented them. I call up the company we work with and I say, what can you do? What's the best deal you can give me for a rental for a month? For the most part, most people don't need them much more than a month. And if you could just get a rental for a month, even hospital beds, it's only $250 for a month. If you just need it for a short period of time, don't be afraid to ask the patient and family. A lot of people can afford this. And if they really want the product, they will rent it.
It's a good suggestion. It's a good suggestion.
And the other thing I just want to throw in is don't forget when you're looking at products and you can't find them, don't forget Amazon. Because you will be shocked at Amazon, Home Depot, and Lowe's at how fast you can get durable medical equipment products that are cost effective. And if people can't afford them, they can put them on their car and pay them off slowly over time.
Exactly.
Yep.
June 7th.
And again, I'm not supporting any of these.
No. Most EDs define borders as inpatients awaiting beds. This is usually due to inpatient nursing staffing. Is this not an opportunity for collaboration among case management, nursing, and ED leadership?
Yes, it is. And I have to be honest with you, our borders in my particular setting I'm in now, they stay down in the ED for a bit and then we transition them up to a floor. And I'll tell you why we do that, because the case managers are used to quickly and actively working on solutions, and both the case manager and social worker can collaborate and figure out, is there some way that we can try to get the person out quicker and faster. And it's very successful for complex discharge planning.
Yes, thank you. And is CMSA recommending moving away from using a tool like MCG or Interqual for status determination?
No, absolutely not. I think that people have to purchase what they think is the most successful for their particular hospital and figure out what works best. I mean, when you're looking at MCG and McKesson, I think both products are excellent. One is actually easier because it functions as a primer for case managers learning how to do MCG is really built step by step in a very easy manner, and you're able to really strengthen your skills as you go along. McKesson is definitely more of a product where it's excellent, and most of the New England area uses this, but it's definitely a product that you have to fine tune your clinical skills
Mhm.
which is why they designed AI in both products, and it's going to help enhance and quicken the process of UM.
Mhm. We
But
have
no, CMSA is not moving from, we actually don't support any products at all.
Right,
We feel it's important for any hospital to utilize whatever best practices they need for their facility and to use best products they need for their facilities. Because obviously the overall is always creating the best patient outcome at all times.
yes, indeed. We have a question about peer-to-peer. It took this case manager 2 weeks to be able to get a peer-to-peer after a denial of transfer to short-term rehab, even SNF level. And that is so common. And we've actually, in my facility, I had a physician last week overturn 2 of those quickly. And one of my colleagues asked for an expedited appeal, so it didn't take 2 weeks. It took 1 day, but I don't know what you might have to add on that.
No, that's exactly what I do. I always go to expedited appeal. And when I'm on the phone with them, I say, okay, expedited appeal, can I add anything into the conversation right now that will help enhance this, move this forward? And if they say no, it only could be the physician, I usually shoot it right over to the physician, but I often sit with the physician while they're having this dialogue and help cue them, because the reality is it's usually what the case manager can add that helps overturn the auth.
It does. Yep, that's right.
You know, PAs are specially trained to be able to do this, but most physicians and hospitalists, although they're wonderful, don't have the unique training of a physician assistant.
Right. I'm going to just say, Jenny, we could keep you here all day, but we won't. People are looking at snow building up
Oh, yeah, I
outside
can
their
see it now.
homes. I think we should end, and just, I want to remind you of a couple of things. The evaluation has to be done within 7 days to receive credit. Go out through the red door that says leave, and you'll get it within the next 3 days at the outside. The social workers need to complete the post-test.
Mhm.
The committee that I work with has worked so hard for so long that I just want to thank them again. They knew who they are, and thank you for supporting us through this process.
And Jean, I just want to say, I really want to thank CMSNE for allowing me this opportunity to speak, and I hopefully was able to provide people with the data that they need.
Jenny,
Thank you.
I thought it was great being on the same track as you. I thought you were really right on time.
Thank you.
Yeah, perfect, perfect. Thank you, everybody. I hope you have a great afternoon.